You're listening to MRN's coverage of NASCAR on 1340 KTPI AM, Mojave, Lancaster, Palmdale.
Hey, what do you say we interrupt regular programming for the following special event?
This is the Lancaster JetHawks pregame show. Stay tuned for information on the upcoming game, the starting lineups, and an interview from the field. The JetHawks pregame show is brought to you by Burns Pharmacy in Lancaster. For all your health care needs, it's Burns Pharmacy, downtown on Lancaster Boulevard.
Well, hi, everybody, from the epicenter in Rancho, Cucamonga. As today, the JetHawks and the Quakes will wrap up this four-game series. And for the JetHawks, it means a doubleheader here this afternoon. As here in Game 1, it'll be Adam Bass going for the JetHawks. Adam coming off his first ever complete game the other night up in High Desert against the Mavericks. Will take the mound at 4-4 on the year. And the Quakes will send out the left-hander, Joe Saunders. Saunders 5-5, ERA of a little over 3.5. And Saunders, who got kicked out of his last game 5 days ago down in Lake Elsinore, makes the start here today in the first game. And in the nightcap, the JetHawks will go with left-hander Cliff McMachen, making a spot start out of the bullpen, and the Quakes will send Steve Shell to the mound in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Well, the JetHawks won again here last night. They knocked off the Quakes by a score of 9-5. Jason Bolger picked up his 10th save of the year. Clint Gucher picked up the win last night for the JetHawks, and for Clint, he becomes the league's first 9-game winner. In fact, Mark Sauer, the only other guy with more than 6, and Sauer has 7 on the year. Bolger retired all 3 men that he faced in the bottom of the 9th inning after the Quakes had scored a run, get back within 4, and had the bases loaded and nobody out to record the save last night, his 10th of the year. Jamie D'Antona opened the scoring for the JetHawks in the 5th inning, or 2nd inning rather, when the JetHawks posted 5 runs. They led 5-1 early on after 2.5 innings. We ended up going up 7-1. And as we mentioned, Clint Gucher won his 9th game of the year. However, Clint did have his string of 8 straight quality starts snapped here last night, as he was roughed up for 4 of the 5 runs given up to the Quakes. He had 1 bad inning. He got the first 2 men out in the bottom of the 3rd, and then the Quakes had 4 straight men all reach base safely, and that pushed across the 4 runs. Gucher, who had not given up more than 4 starts going all the way back to April the 25th, allowed 5 in a loss that day to Inland Empire, and that was the beginning of his quality start string. Anyway, the JetHawks able to pick up the win here last night. They lowered their magic number down to 6, and hopefully we'll be able to lower it a little bit more today. The 66ers playing at home again today against Inland Empire, and then we'll open a 4-game series against Lake Elsinore starting tomorrow. 3 of those at Arrowhead Credit Union Park, and the next Thursday a single game at the Diamond down in Lake Elsinore. JetHawks pounded out 11 hits last night. They've been doing very well on the road trip. The JetHawks on this road trip now, they've played 6 games, and they're 5-1 so far on the trip. They've averaged 7.5 runs a game, scored 45 overall, hitting .280 as a team. And the pitching staff has done fairly well. They've allowed a total of 30 runs over the 6 games, and have an ERA of 5.09 during that time. But they have allowed 5 or more runs in 3 of the 6 games. So the JetHawks and the Quakes go at it here today in a doubleheader. This is the only doubleheader on the schedule for the JetHawks, and this, of course, the makeup of the rainout back from April the 17th here in Rancho Cucamonga. JetHawks still have not been beaten by the Quakes here in Rancho this year, where they are 4-0 on the year, and they've won 9 of the 11 games played thus far between the 2 teams. We'll come back, have a little bit more for you on the pregame show after this on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Burns Pharmacy in downtown Lancaster is your one-stop home health care center, and they've been serving the Valley for over 50 years. Sometimes we all need a little helping hand, and Burns Pharmacy has mobility products by Pride and a full selection of bathroom equipment with give us that little extra help that we all need from time to time. Burns Pharmacy at 866 Lancaster Boulevard is the only stop you'll ever need to make. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 9 to 6 on Saturday, or visit their website at www.burnsrxpharmacy.com.
You have exquisite taste, a profound respect for tradition, a deep appreciation for quality and design. Then there's the other you.
The one who likes bopping around town in your stylish Toyota RAV4. Or the one who loves nothing better than cruising in your smooth-riding Highlander. With room for 7 and an available 230-horsepower V6, you're flat out gone. Is conquering mountains more you? Then hit the road and the off-road in a powerful 245-horsepower 4Runner. Or conquer the world in the ultimate Toyota SUV, the mighty Land Cruiser. The full-size Sequoia is ready to rock, too, with room for 8 and a V8.
Yes, with 5 Toyota SUVs to choose from, there's sure to be one that's just right for you.
And the other you. See your Southern California Toyota dealer today. We make it easy. Get the feeling. Toyota.
Well, not only are the JetHawks 5-1 on this trip, and they've upped their record now with the win last night. They are 39-23, 16 games over 500. They've won 2 straight and 7 of their last 10. But the JetHawks have now won 17 of the last 21 games that they have played as well, as they are on a pace to win 87 games this year, which is just below the franchise record pace of 89 wins set by the Mark Parent team of 2000 that lost in the South Division Championship to San Bernardino last year. Over the last 21 games, they continue to get good hitting, improved pitching, and everything just seems to be going their way. Over the last 21 games, they're hitting .316 as a team. That's down a little bit. It was up around .325 for a while, and they've scored a total of 129 runs, just over an average of 6 runs a game, and they've hit 33 home runs in the last 21 games as well, and the JetHawks are still second in all of minor league baseball with their home run total, as the JetHawks come into this afternoon's game as they have hit a total of 81 home runs on the year. Now, Tacoma hit 3 home runs last night to give them a total of 84. The JetHawks are still 3 behind Tacoma, who lead all of minor league baseball with their home run total. Also, Charlotte and Pawtucket, both of the AAA International League for the White Sox and Red Sox, respectively, have hit 78 home runs apiece. They are tied for 3rd overall in all of minor league baseball. Now, as we mentioned, today is the 12th and 13th games of the year between the JetHawks and the Quakes. And the JetHawks have won 4 of the games played here so far this year. And today's the 5th and 6th games to be played here at the Epicenter. After sweeping 2 games back here in April, the 6th and the 7th and the 18th, I should say, with the rainout on the 17th, the JetHawks have won the first 2 games of this series, winning 8-4 and 9-5 each of the last 2 days. Jesus Silva with a great start here on Friday night to pick up the win. Clint Gucher winning last night for the JetHawks. Head-to-head, the JetHawks out hitting the Quakes on the year, 277 to 319. The JetHawks hitting against Rancho, and the pitching staffs. Yeah, they've been fairly close. The games have been fairly evenly pitched. The JetHawks have an ERA against them of about 4.5, and Rancho's ERA is at 7.47. So about 2.5, 3 run difference in the ERA between the 2 teams here as well. So the pitchers getting loose down in their bullpens as actually Adam Bass has finished his warm-up toss, is starting to walk back toward the JetHawk dugout now. And it looks like Joe Saunders has about wrapped up his warm-up work down in the Quakes bullpen down in the left field corner here as well. It's a great day for baseball, a little bit of a breeze, sun shines on a cloud in the sky, and you can see both the San Gabriel and San Bernardino Mountains off in the distance here as well as we play here in Rancho Cucamonga here this afternoon. We'll again take a timeout. We'll come back, have some more news and notes, and look at the scoreboard from last night and other games today around the league as we continue on the Burns Pharmacy pregame show on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Burns Pharmacy in downtown Lancaster is your one-stop home health care center, and they've been serving the Valley for over 50 years. Sometimes we all need a little helping hand, and Burns Pharmacy has mobility products by Pride and a full selection of bathroom equipment with handles to give us that little extra help that we all need from time to time. Burns Pharmacy at 866 Lancaster Boulevard is the only stop you'll ever need to make. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 9 to 6 on Saturday, or visit their website at www.burnsrxpharmacy.com.
You know, the goal of baseball is to get home quickly. The last thing you want to see is some player lollygagging around third when there's going to be a close play at the plate. Well, Farmer John feels the same way about ham, bacon, sausage, and hot dogs. You know all of Farmer John's products are made fresh right here in the Southland. That way they get to home as quickly as possible, and it's just a short slide into the plate. That's your plate at home, not home plate. Get fresh. Get Farmer John.
Nobody sells more homes in Antelope Valley than RE/MAX All. When you're ready to sell your home, don't settle for anything less than the best. RE/MAX All Pro. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. RE/MAX All Pro with offices both in Lancaster and Palmdale. For more information on the Valley's top-selling team, visit their website at www.remaxallpro.com.
Well, the games last night around the California League, Visalia beat Bakersfield 5-3. Udi Morrell, the winner, he beat Joe Yarborough. Morrell now 2-1, Yarborough 2-2. Mike Cosgrove was saved number 15 on the year. Jason Baker with a game-winning two-run home run, and Morrell with an inning and two-thirds to pick up the win, and he struck out 4. Inland Empire beat High Desert 3-1. Tanner Watson, a spot start, picked up his first win of the year. He's 1-0. He beat Bull Hall, who was 3-4 on the year. Miguel Martinez with his fifth save. Watson went 5, gave up 1 hit, struck out 4. John Nelson for Inland Empire, 2 for 4 with a double. Modesto beat Lake Elsinore 14-4. Mark Sauer goes to 7-2 with the win. Gabe Rebos takes the loss. He's 3-5. Sauer went 7, gave up 4 hits, and struck out 7 in the win. Brian Stravitsky, 4 for 6, 5 runs scored, a double, and 2 RBIs. San Jose, 11-4 winner over Stockton. Milken Valdez goes to 2-0. He beat Littleton, who is now 2-5. Valdez, 5 innings pitched, 2 runs, struck out 7 to pick up the win. So the JetHawks at 39-23, still leading the way in the South. Rancho Cucamonga is 29-33, 10 games back. Other games today: Stockton at San Jose, Ben Keeter against Matt Kane. It'll be Lake Elsinore at Modesto, Eddie Bonine against Matt Lynch. High Desert at Inland, Annie Parra against Ryan Rowland Smith a little later on this afternoon. And Visalia at Bakersfield, Doug Johnson against Samuel Watson. Here at the Epicenter, it's the first game of the doubleheader. Adam Bass for the JetHawks, Joe Saunders for the Quakes. Back to the starting lineups in the first pitch for today's game after this on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Burns Pharmacy in downtown Lancaster is your one-stop home health care center and have been serving the Valley for over 50 years. Whether it's wound care, diabetic supplies, ostomy, mastectomy products, incontinence supplies, or bathroom equipment, Burns Pharmacy at 866 Lancaster Boulevard is the one stop you'll ever need to make. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 9 to 6 on Saturdays, or visit their website at www.burnsrxpharmacy.com. With over 50 years in the Valley, you'll never need to go anywhere else. Burns Pharmacy.
The best value just around the corner. Penny Saver.
The Penny Saver, California's best read publication, knows that traffic is always an issue in Southern California, and that's hard on you and your car. And if it's time for a new or pre-owned car, there's no better place to buy or sell than Penny Saver's Car Mart section. And now you can search online at pennysaverusa.com for one of the greatest selections of quality pre-owned cars from local dealers. Look into Penny Saver for great local values on auto services, featuring everything from insurance to oil changes, tires to smog checks, and tune-ups to transmissions. It's all in the Penny Saver. The Penny Saver, where the best values are just around the corner, and pennysaverusa.com, where the best values are just a click away.
The best value. value are just around the corner. Penny Saver.
Check Penny Saver's Car Mart section today.
You're listening to Lancaster JetHawks baseball on Community Radio 1340 AM, KTPI AM Mojave.
The Lancaster JetHawks are on the air, featuring the future stars of the Arizona Diamondbacks. JetHawks baseball is brought to you in part by Toyota, with a complete line of cars and trucks. Toyota, what a feeling. By First City Credit Union. They are the Antelope Valley's credit union. By RE/MAX All Pro. Nobody sells more homes in the Antelope Valley than RE/MAX All Pro. By Hunter Dodge in the Lancaster Auto Center. And by Farmer John. Made fresh right here in the Southland. Get fresh, get Farmer John. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Lancaster JetHawks and Minor League Baseball Incorporated, and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Lancaster JetHawks and Minor League Baseball Incorporated is prohibited.
Live from the epicenter in Rancho, Cucamonga, it's Lancaster JetHawks baseball as the JetHawks and the Quakes wrap up a 4-game series here today. It's the first game of a doubleheader. Glad to have you with us. Dan Hubbard with you from the epicenter as the JetHawks and the Quakes will meet. At our starting lineups here for Game 1, brought to you by the SBC Smart Yellow Pages. To find the information you need, it's the book with the most accurate and most complete information, the SBC Smart Yellow Pages. It's life's most used book. Well, the JetHawks will line up this way here today as Joe Saunders works in an awful hurry. He's about ready to go here, so we'll give you the lineups as we go along. It'll be Jared Ball to lead off. And Jared will play right field here in Game 1. Danny Reshaw will hit second and play shortstop. Connor Jackson will hit third and play over in left field. Jamie D'Antona hits fourth as Saunders ready, comes home with a first pitch for a strike to Ball, and it's 0-1. D'Antona hits fourth and plays third base. Sean Llewellowitz hits fifth and plays at first. The 0-1 pitch on the way from Saunders is hit in the air toward left field. Going back on the ball is Gates at the wall, leaps and it's off the wall. Rolling away, coming over to pick it up is the center fielder Willits, and Ball has a double to lead off here in the first inning. Gates leaped, may have got a glove on it, but it bounced away, and by the time Willits came over and picked it up, Ball had a double to lead off here in the top of the first inning. So to bring up Danny Reshaw. Completing the JetHawks lineup today, Phil Avalos does the catching and bats sixth. Ned Brown will hit in the 7 spot against the left-hander and play second base. Matt Morgan's the DH in the opener of the doubleheader. He'll hit 8th, and Brandon Simon in center field bats 9th today for the JetHawks. So the JetHawks off to a good start with a leadoff double by Ball. Here's Reshaw. He's bunting, pops it up, and coming up to make the play is the third baseman Porter for the first out. It goes as a foul out for the first out to Porter. Now to bring up Connor Jackson. Well, Connor continues to hit very well. Had hit one hit in the game here last night. He has now tied D'Antona's season-high hit streak for the team at 11. As Connor up there with a chance to drive in a run here in the first inning of Game 1 here this afternoon. And the first pitch, look out, misses down and in right around the shoe tops, and it's 0-1. Connor 1 for 3 last night, walked a couple of times, and continues to be a very, very selective hitter as he leads the team in walks amongst everything else. There goes Ball to third. The pitch is low. Is not in time. Jarrett steals third base. The throw was actually on the foul side of the bag. Porter had to try to come back with the tag, and that allowed just the slight opening that Jarrett needed to swipe third base. For Ball, he now has 11 stolen bases. That's 1 off the team lead as Ned Brown leads that category. Jackson has walked 41 times The only other guy even close to that is Brown, who's walked 27, as Jackson rolls one into center field for a base hit. He's now hit in 12 straight. That's the team high now for the year, and he picks up the RBI, and the JetHawks have a run here in the first inning. Connor also, with that hit, moves into the team lead as far as RBIs is concerned. He now has 53. So here's D'Antona, who he just overtook. Jamie with 52 RBIs now stands in, hitting .318. And the first pitch from Saunders swung on and missed. Saunders faced the JetHawks one time this year. It was a game on May 6th up in Lancaster, and he lasted 4 1/3 innings in that game and was treated rather rudely by the JetHawks hitters. Hit foul back here off the facing of the press box and back down below. And is now 0-2 on D'Antona. Jamie's hit an 8 straight, hitting .318 on the year. And hitting .333 on the year against Rancho Cucamonga. Saunders out of the stretch, comes home to D'Antona. That ball's lined along the right, and that's in for a hit. Jackson's going to keep on going to third. By the time Jason Sugden gets it in, the JetHawks have runners at the corners and only one out. And D'Antona's now hit in 9 straight. So 3 hits here in the top of the first inning against Joe Saunders. And it'll bring up Sean Llewellowitz. Saunders in that game at the hangar in 4 1/3 innings gave up 11 runs, 10 earned on 12 hits. He allowed 3 home runs in those 4 1/3 innings of work as well. So here's Llewellowitz, his first time to look at Saunders here in 2004. Takes the first pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. You know, it's doubtful, actually, that Llewellowitz has seen Saunders. Sean played in the Midwest League last year. Joe sat out the entire year with an injury and played in Cedar Rapids in 2002. So the pitch hit foul by Llewellowitz, and it's now no balls and 2 strikes. Sean doing very well on the road trip, thank you. 10 hits and 23 at-bats. Had his second consecutive multi-hit game on the trip last night when he went 2 for 4. And the pitch home to Sean misses outside, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. He's also hit in 4 straight games. And speaking of multi-hit games, in the last 15 games the JetHawks have played, Sean has had 2 or more hits in 8 of those 15. The 1-2 hit foul back into the screen again. It stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Remember, the JetHawks a little short-handed. Carlos Quinton again not with us today, having graduated from Stanford last night. So he'll, with the day off today, and the day off tomorrow, scheduled day off, he'll rejoin us in San Jose on Tuesday when we get up there, as the pitch is rolled foul up along the third base side, and it stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Saunders on the year is 5-5 with 3.77 ERA. Has a better record on the road than he does at home. Pitching here in Rancho Cucamonga, he's 1-3 with a 2.79 ERA. He is 3-1 in his last 3 decisions, but you mix in a couple of no decisions in there as well, including his last start that he made on the 7th of June when he got kicked out in the first inning. Llewellowitz pops it up as the catcher Napoli got a late break from home plate as the plate umpire and he kind of got together. Shane Alexander working behind the plate today, but it really didn't matter because the ball hit in the screen anyway. And it would have been a foul ball whether Napoli got a clean breakaway from home plate or not. So it stays 1-2 on Llewellowitz here with 1 out in the top of the first. Jackson at third, D'Antona over at first, and a 1 ball, 2 strike count on Llewellowitz. And the pitch home misses down and in, knocked down by Napoli, ended up right between his feet. He couldn't find it for a second. and was finally able to. And Kate Jackson saw the ball all the way, knew right where it was at, so he wasn't coming home. And it stays at 2-2. The Quakes again wearing those Jimmy Buffett-like beach shirts. And the 2-2 pitch to Llewellyn, driven in the air to right field. Should be deep enough to get the run in. Sugden almost overran the ball, then had to reach back behind him and make the catch, and stumbled in doing so. So Jackson trots home on a scoring fly ball by Llewellyn, 2-0. So Sean picks up the RBI, gives him 16. 2 outs. Jamie D'Antona stays at first base. And now here is Phil Avlis. Avlis, who had been struggling the last couple of weeks, is average down to 315. It was down under 200 or under 300 for a couple of games. As the pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. But like a lot of the guys on the team, once they got on the road, all of a sudden the guys who were struggling are now hitting very well again. As Avlis 7 for 20 on the road trip. As he hits the pitch foul back into the screen, and it's 0-2. 2 for 4 last night. Had a couple of hits on Friday night as well, including a big 3-run home run. Had a double here last night and drove in another, and Phil's now hit in 4 straight. And in 9 of the last 11. Saunders goes to first base. D'Antona back to the bag. Back to Avlis. Having hit in 4 straight, he does have 3 straight multi-hit games. And has driven in a run in 4 straight games as well. As a pitch hit foul off the first base side, it's now 0-2. In fact, in the last 4 games, Avlis has 9 RBIs. And just to show you what kind of struggles he went through during the month of May, you remember he finished the month of April hitting 357. And his average tumbled all the way down to below the 300 mark for a short time, for a game or two, as the pitch gets away and goes to the backstop. D'Antona goes to second base. It's a wild pitch. So 2-0 JetHawks. Inland Empire plays later this afternoon. Their game won't get underway until about 10 minutes after 5 o'clock Pacific time. Well, we'll try to keep you updated. The second game of the doubleheader the best we can, as the pitch to Avlis is rolled foul again, and the count 1 ball and 2 strike. But the JetHawks, who have reduced the magic number to 6, averaging 7.5 runs a game on the road trip. They're 5-1 in the first 6 games of the franchise record 17-game trip. As Avlis drives one to left field, Gates going back. It's going to be caught as he makes the catch going away just before he gets to the warning track in left field. Nice running catch by David Gates. And the JetHawks settle for the 2 runs in the top of the first inning. 2 runs on 3 hits. They leave 1, and we'll go to the bottom of the first. After a half inning from Rancho Cucamonga, JetHawks 2, and the Quakes coming up to face Adam Bass for the first time on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
California Dairy Distributors bring you Altadena Dairy Products, the best in the Valley, delivered fresh to your neighborhood stores. Look for the finest premium brand ice cream products, novelties, and milk, pure, wholesome, and good. Guaranteed by farmers to be RBST free. Check with your neighborhood store. If they're not carrying Altadena products, call the California Dairy Distributors at 1-800-600-3164 for the location nearest you. Doesn't a tall glass of ice-cold milk sound good? California Dairy Distributors, proud sponsor of the Lancaster JetHawks.
When you need a solution to pests in and around your home, business, or in the landscape, call Care Pest Solutions. Experience and diversity enables Care Pest Solutions customers to make one call for all of their pest management needs. And the task of pest control yourself when Care Pest Solutions can do it all for you. Mention you heard about us on the radio and receive a $20 discount towards your first service. Care Pest Solutions, the official pest management of the Lancaster JetHawks. Call 951-1843. Our most important service is yours.
Now playing on Fox Sports 610.
There's a drive to left field and hit very deep. Back goes Bale, way back, and this ball is gone. Smothered by Cora on his knees goes third. That's a game double play.
Los Angeles Dodgers baseball on Fox Sports 610. Presented by Antelope Valley Ford, Shuttle Lincoln Mercury.
Hit pretty well going back. Sosa, gone.
Today's Dodger game with the Red Sox can be heard starting at 4:30 on Community Radio 1340 AM.
Can you believe it?
Well, we'll go to the bottom of the first inning in the first of the two 7-inning games here in the doubleheader today. And Adam Bass set to go to work against the Quakes. Let's give you the Rancho lineup as they come up here in the bottom of the first inning of game one of the doubleheader. Eric Ibar moves up to the leadoff spot today. He'll play shortstop. Reggie Willits will hit second and play center field. Greg Porter hits third and will play third base. Mike Napoli drops down to the 4 spot and does the catching. David Gates hits fifth in left field. Jared Abruzzo, the DH, will hit sixth. Zach Cates plays first base here in the first game of the doubleheader. He'll hit seventh. Jason Sugden bats eighth over in right field, and B.J. Weed, the second baseman, will bat number 9. So here's Eric Ibar to lead it off. And Bass coming home, the first pitch to Ibar. Again, he runs up to just to kind of butcher boy at it, but pulls the bat back and takes it outside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Ibar 2 for 4 last night, plus a walk, and drove in a run. Time out call here for a second. The Quakes don't have a first base coach, so somebody goes jogging over there. And we're ready to go now finally here again, and the pitch home to Ibar is a ground ball up the middle. That's into center field for a base hit. So Ibar singles to open up the bottom of the first inning. And that'll bring up Reggie Willits. Willits hitting .239, 1 for 5 here last night. Today's the second outing of the year for Bass against Rancho Cucamonga. And he beat the Quakes back on May the 24th in a game at the hangar. Gave up a run on 4 hits over 7 innings and struck out 7. Which tied his season high, which he's done now 3 times. And Bass coming off his first career complete game his last time out at High Desert, which for 8 innings was simply unhittable. As the first pitch misses outside, ball 1. That game at High Desert, he had a great fastball. The split was just incredible that night. And held the Mavericks to no runs on 2 hits. Over 8 innings, as the pitch again misses outside to Willits. 2 balls and no strikes. He ended up going all the 9 innings. Gave up a total of 5 hits, 3 runs, only 2 of them earned. Time called as Ibar over there at first base kind of distracted Bass for a moment, so he called timeout. And he did not walk anybody. It was the 3rd time this year that Bass has gone at least 5 innings and has not walked a man. As the pitch misses outside here, ball 3, 3 balls and no strikes. This is Bass's first start at the Epicenter. And on the road this year, Adam is 2-2. In fact, he's break even at both home and away. As a pitch over for a strike, and it's 3-1. 2-2 with an ERA of 5.63. It's about a half a run less at home than it is on the road. And both he and Gucher, a very good 1-2 combo. There goes Ibar. The pitch swung on and missed. The throw from Avalos is too late. Great throw from Phil, but Ibar just too quick and steals it. And for Eric, it's his 29th stolen base of the year as the count goes to 3-2 on Reggie Willits. Coming into today's game in 62 innings, Bass has struck out 45 and walked only 18. And Gucher, before his start last night, only walked 9 in about 60 innings of work. As the pitch to Willits again hit foul, and the count now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Started out 2-0 in April. Actually had a losing record in May, did Bass, where he was 1-3. The 3-2 pitch outside, ball 4. So he missed with the fastball off the outside corner. First walk of the day for Bass. And with Greg Porter due up, it'll be Dan Carlson, the pitching coach, who's now going to make his way out to the mound to go out and talk to Adam for just a second. JetHawks are off tomorrow, and then on Tuesday we'll be in San Jose. We'll talk to you at 6:45 Tuesday evening from up at Municipal Stadium, which is always a fun place to go. Good atmosphere, good people. So here's Greg Porter with 2 on and nobody out here in the first inning, and the JetHawks leading 2-0. Porter came up last night with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning, the bases loaded, and grounded out to end the game. As the pitch from Bass over for a strike. You just can't say enough about the job of Jason Bolger last night in the bottom of the 9th inning after the Quakes had scored a run, had the bases loaded, and nobody out. The 0-1 pitch to Porter misses outside with a breaking ball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Bolger came in and struck out Mike Napoli with the bases loaded, then struck out David Gates, and got Porter to ground out to pick up the save and preserve a 9-5 win last night for the JetHawks with the tying runs on the bases and at the plate. Pitch to Porter, swung on and missed. And it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes on the big third baseman. Porter hitting .319. Had 2 hits last night, 3 hits in the opener here on Fridays, 5 for 10 in the series with 1 run batted in. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Misses inside, took something off of it. And the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bass has had good starts in 3 of his last 4. He did have that one that was in there at home, or I should say at Lake Elsinore, which was he was roughed up a bit and came out after 2 innings of work. As the pitch again misses outside to Porter, and a count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bass's 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed. So he came right back and got Porter to strike out. That's the first out here in the inning, and that'll bring up Mike Napoli. Napoli, who has 2 hits in the series. He had a double last night, and he had a home run in the opener. In fact, he homered in the first inning on Friday night. They gave the Quakes a lead, but it didn't last very long when the JetHawks came back and scored 7 times over the next 2 innings on Friday night. A lead they wouldn't give up. Of course, they had scored very early on now, including today's game, and all 3 of the games so far in this series. First pitch to Napoli, misses down and away, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Napoli's hit in 4 straight, had an 18-game streak earlier in the year. Next pitch is over for a strike, and it's now 1-1. In that game down at Lake Elsinore that Bass had, that was not a very good start when he went only 2 innings. Gave up 5 runs all earned on 4 hits, but was really all over the place. He walked 4 in those 2 innings as well, as the pitch misses inside here, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Two on, 1 out, bottom of the first. Bass trying to eradicate himself a little bit of trouble he's gotten himself into as Napoli swings through another pitch. And it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Napoli's not the entire series thus far, although I'd imagine Ryan Buddy, who's the DH here in the first game, will catch the nightcap. Actually, Buddy not in the lineup here in the first game, my mistake. Napoli pops it up, and in foul ground, it's Llewellowitz to make the play. So a strikeout, a foul out. Now there's 2 outs, and it'll bring up David Gates. Gates was hit by a pitch last night. He's been hit twice in the series, was 1 for 4 overall. Had a double and drove in a run. As he also now is hit in 3 straight. After having a hit in the last game of the series against Lake Elsinore. First pitch from Bass is a breaking ball that's on the outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. Tommy Jones, the Director of Player Development for the Arizona Diamondbacks, here in town today. Watching his charges. The 0-1 pitch rolled on the ground to D'Antona. He'll field, step on the bag, and the inning is over as he gets a force out at third base. So Gates rolls into the fielder's choice. Ibar forced at third, and Bass got himself into trouble, then got himself out of trouble. Thank you. As we'll go to the second inning. After an inning here from the epicenter in Rancho Cucamonga, JetHawks 2, Quakes 1 on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Toyota for 2004. Car, truck, or SUV. We know what drives it. We make it easy. Oh, so easy. We make it easy. Now there are 17 Toyota models, from the economical Echo to the luxurious Avalon, from America's best-selling car to the world's all-time best-selling car, Corolla. There's an all-new Prius, the most fuel-efficient mid-size car on the road today. You want tough? That's Tundra and Tacoma Scale. And check out the new Tundra Double Cab. SUVs, we've got 5, from the fun-to-drive RAV4 to the 8-passenger Sequoia. The own 4 Toyotas at your Toyota dealer now. We make it easy, oh, so easy. We make it easy on you. Get a great lease or a low APR on any new 04 Toyota. See your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota.
More than 84 years, McMahon's Furniture Stores have been serving the West. At McMahon's, you'll find a store full of famous name brands. Lazy Boy, Berkline, Simmons, Serta, RCA, Toshiba, Sharp, Pioneer, and JVC. Frigidaire and Maytag, all at guaranteed low prices. Even your satisfaction is guaranteed. Like it or return it within 30 days. Important reasons to make McMahon's your first stop for home furnishings. McMahon's Furniture Store, 10th Street West at Avenue K4 in Lancaster.
Nice work by Adam Bass in the bottom of the first inning after he got himself in a little bit of trouble, able to get himself out of trouble. And now here is Neb Brown. Brown leads it off for the JetHawks as we go to the second. Neb will be followed by Matt Morgan and Brandon Simon here, the bottom third of the order for the JetHawks. And Neb hitting .292 at the start of play here today as Saunders winds and comes home the first pitch to Brownie. And that is outside, ball 1 ball and no strikes. Neb getting a rare appearance against the left-handed hitter the last 3 weeks or so. With the lefty on the mound, Brown would end up getting the day off. Takes that pitch outside, ball 2 balls and no. But with the doubleheader today, and the JetHawks a man short, Brown ends up playing against the left-hander, hits the 2-1 pitch foul. Neb, who had a hit last night in the 5th inning and had snapped a 3-game hitless streak that he was in, after having a 6-game hitting streak snapped back at the beginning of the trip as the 2-1 pitch misses outside, ball 3 balls and a strike. That hitting streak was a season-high 9-game streak that was snapped on Monday as he whacks one to center field for a base hit. So Brownie now has hit in 2 straight since having that hitting streak, or the hitless streak, snapped. And now here is Matt Morgan. Morgan, the DH here tonight, with the left-hander Saunders on the hill in Game 1, and it's very likely that Matt will catch Game 2 of the doubleheader. And then Tasca, with a right-hander on the mound, would probably become the DH in the nightcap. As the first pitch is hit foul, that got a piece of the home plate umpire, Shane Alexander. As Shane looks like he took that one off the right arm. He's going to walk out and hand the ball to Saunders to give himself just a little bit of a moment. In fact, he tells Saunders to take his time to go back up on the hill. So Alexander, remember it was Shane Alexander actually who a few weeks ago in a game at the hangar, we thought maybe he'd hurt his elbow throwing a ball back to the mound. Well, I was talking to Wally Backman after the game that day, and Alexander actually took a backswing right off the elbow. And his arm, you get one of those shots right on the funny bone, and your arm just goes dead. That's what happened to Shane, as he had really nothing in his arm for a couple of minutes, and now here comes the trainer for Rancho Cucamonga out to see Alexander. It looked like he took that ball off the right wrist. As the trainer for the Quakes, Ramondo Rivas, out to take a look. He's going to examine the wrist here a little bit, make sure he's all right. Boy, the umpires, what a thankless job. You live in a hotel every day for 5 months, 5.5. You don't count spring training. You travel in a car and a van with the same guy every day. You maybe get a day off here or there. You have to put up with hostile crowds every game. No matter what call you make, half the time people aren't going to like your call. The other half will accept it. And then you have to work behind home plate in the Cal League every other day and get just as beat up as the catchers do from time to time. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Morgan. Nope, first they're going to go to first base, and Brown hops back on the bag. Outfield straightaway. Top of the second inning, 2-0 JetHawks. A pitch home to Morgan, swung on and missed. And now it's 0-2. Matt, who hasn't played in either game of this series thus far. In fact, today is only the fourth game that he's played against Rancho so far on the year. And he has 1 hit in 6 at-bats against the Quakes and swings and misses and strikes out. Well, Morgan strikes out. That's the first out here in the second. First strikeout for Saunders. And the number 9 hitter, Brandon Simon. Simon getting a lot of playing time this weekend with Carlos Quinton away. 0 for 3 here last night. Walked once, struck out once, and swings and misses. And it's 0-1. Brandon, who is a very good center fielder and is probably the fastest guy in the team, and I'd be willing to put him up against just about anybody in the league, as a matter of fact. As a pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-2. He's 0 for 10 so far on the road trip, and he's hit in 2 of the 8 games in which he's played in since being recalled from extended spring training by the Diamondbacks. And if he can get on, his job is to cause havoc on the base paths. Look out, that ball hit foul over the top of the third base dugout, and it stays at 0-2. He certainly has the ability. Last year, Simon stole 86% of the bases that he attempted to steal. He was 31 of 36 in stolen base attempts. The 0-2 pitch, again, rolled foul back to the screen. So they play Simon around the other way slightly, set themselves for double play depth in the infield, hoping they'll get a ground ball out of him. Simon 0 for 4 on the year against the Quakes. The 0-2 pitch outside. Napoli able to slide out and keep the ball from going to the backstop, and it stays at 1-2. The JetHawks taking full advantage of opportunities given them in this series. The Quakes with one error on Friday night, committed 4 last night. The 1-2 pitch to Simon, rolled to the right side. Weed goes to second for one, back to first, not in time, as Ned Brown got there just enough to upset Ibar to keep him from making a good, strong throw. And Simon hustling up the line beats out the return throw. So Brown out on the 4-6 force play, and there's 2 outs to go back to the top of the order now in Jared Ball. Ball doubled off the left field fence in the first inning and hits this one off the right field side. Now it's going to slice out of play, and it's 0-1. So Jared, when he opened the ball game with a double, means he's now hit in 17 of the last 20 or 18 of the last 22 games. He went hitless last night and had a 6-game hitting streak snap. They go to first. They got Simon picked off. They throw back to second base, and he is out. And Ball will be up there when the JetHawks come back up in the third. 1-3-6 on the caught stealing of Jared Ball, and the JetHawks gone here in the second inning. No runs, a hit, and no one left. We'll go to the bottom of the second. JetHawks 2, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Stock Building Supply, formerly known as Terry Lumber, is the nation's largest supplier of building materials to the professional. Whether you're a contractor looking for a one-stop supplier or a discerning homeowner that wants to purchase the very same products that the pros use, Stock Building Supply's got the solutions. Stock carries the very best in lumber, power tools, windows, and doors that add beauty and efficiency to your new home or remodel, along with thousands of other products to fill your every construction need. Stock has 15 locations conveniently located throughout Southern California. You can visit the Palmdale location, 39531 North 15th Street East, or call Stock at 661-267-2322. That's 267-2322. You can also learn about Stock Building Supply by visiting their website at www.stocksupply.com.
Dr. Mike Tyre with Orthodontist Office in Lancaster and Tehachapi invites you to go out and see the Lancaster JetHawks play ball this summer. Dr. Tyre, a University of Pacific graduate, received his orthodontics training at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, and is listed in the top 100 Invisalign providers in the nation. Dr. Tyre says there's something exciting about being a baseball fan and something exciting about helping people maintain good-looking, healthy teeth. Dr. Mike Tyre reminds you, if you can't go out and see the JetHawks play, hear the games on AM 1340 KTPI AM.
It's clear. The best way to purchase tickets to upcoming Clear Channel High Desert events is the Clear Channel High Desert Events line. 1-866-ITS-CLEAR. That's 1-866-487-2532. Purchase tickets from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. From Monster Jam to concerts. The Clear Channel High Desert Events line is the clear way to purchase tickets and get information on all of our upcoming events. 1-866-ITS-CLEAR. 1-866-487-2532. Call now.
Well, we go to the bottom of the second inning, 2-0 JetHawks, and Jared Abruzzo leads it off here for the Quakes. And the first pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Ball gets away, back to the backstop, and the home plate umpire, Shane Alexander, comes back and picks it up. So 0-1 on Abruzzo. Jared drew the collar here last night. It was 0 for 4 after going 3 for 4 in the opener on Friday. And off-speed pitch, he's out in front of it. Now it's 0-2 on Jared. 0-2 pitch, just missed the outside edge. Nice, good idea by Bass. But Jared just missing the outside corner. And it's now 1-2 on Abruzzo. Jared hitting against the JetHawks very well on the year. Skies this one way up there. Lewolowitz in foul ground makes the catch. With NFL-type hang time, no less. So there's one out, and that'll bring up Zach Cates. Where Abruzzo's doing well against the JetHawks, Cates is exactly the opposite. Cates only hitting 176 against the league. No home runs, 1 RBI. As Cates played on a fastball, and it's 0-1. For Cates, today is his 16th game, and he's 7 for 34 coming in. As a breaking pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-2. Simon wanders over into right center with an 0-2 count. The pitch is up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For Cates, it's the 3rd game that he's played against the JetHawks, and he is 1 for 2 is all in his previous at-bats. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the pitch misses outside, as Bass steps back up on top in that splitter grip and comes back home, and the next pitch on the corner, strike 3 called. That's the spot out there against High Desert where he lived the entire game and just was absolutely unhittable. As he gets Cates for the strikeout, his 2nd strikeout of the afternoon. And bring up Jason Sugden. He lived on that outside edge against the left-handed hitters for High Desert the other night at Maverick Stadium. And the Maverick hitters kept trying to pull the ball against him and continually just rolled over on the ball. And I'd have to go back and count, but off the top of my head, they probably hit 8 or 9 balls on the ground to the second baseman Brown in that game. As the 0-1 pitch is high, the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. So the first of the doubleheader, and the JetHawks inching closer to that goal of winning the first half. Pitch outside, ball 2. With the win last night, the JetHawks lowered their magic number to 6. The 2-1 offering swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. The 66ers, on the other hand, they are still a man short on the pitching staff, and Darren Brown has really had to do a juggling act over the last couple of weeks. The 2-2 pitch to Sugden is high, and the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. In fact, since the JetHawks saw the 66ers down at Arrowhead Credit Union Park 3 weeks ago, they have been shorthanded on the pitching staff, and Brown has had to use different men in spot starts throughout the last 3 weeks. As Sugden swings and misses at a splitter, he strikes out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Bass, and the inning is over. So the Quakes go in order, 1, 2, 3, the first time they go out in order here this afternoon. And we will go to the 3rd. Done with 2 innings, 2 Quakes, nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
This is Rodney Jacobson, branch manager with Wells Fargo Home Mortgage. For most people, finding a new home is often the most exciting and easiest part of home buying. But how do you go about choosing a lender? Well, that's easy too. With Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, you get all the resources of one of the nation's leading lenders working with you one-on-one in your own neighborhood. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to move up, experienced Wells Fargo Home Mortgage consultants will carefully guide you through their complete selection of mortgage choices. Wells Fargo Home Mortgage also offers flexible down payments and closing options, all designed to get your family into a home today. It's your single source for total home buying service and solutions. Call Wells Fargo Home Mortgage in Lancaster today at 945-3682, 945-3682. At Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, we build dreams, not barriers.
Wells Fargo Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender.
Have a take and don't suck just like this.
Chauncey Billups is making a mess out of Gary Payton. Karl Malone is not nearly the player he used to be, but I can accept it because Malone's still out there doing what he does. Going to the glass, getting his elbows up, and respecting the opportunity. I'm even all right with the glove not being the way he once was, if he had an attitude like Karl Malone's, but he doesn't. He's miserable, and he's making those around him miserable.
The Jim Rome Show, weekdays 9 to noon, Fox Sports 610.
You're listening to Lancaster JetHawks Baseball on Community Radio, 1340 AM, KTBI AM Mojave.
Garrett Ball leads it off for the JetHawks here as we go to the third inning. 2-0 Lancaster. As Ball was left standing at home plate, hits the ball in the air toward right field. Coming over toward the line is the right fielder, who again almost loses the ball in the sun and has to make a diving, lunging type catch in right field. Well, right field, a bit of an adventure here today so far for Jason Sugden. And there's one out. That'll bring up Danny Richard. Richard fouled out his first time up here today as he takes the first pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Richard, who has hit safely in 4 of the last 5 games, a couple of hits here last night, and over the last 10 games he has 14 hits in 43 at-bats. The 1-1 pitch, half swing, they ask, swing, he says the base umpire, and it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's amazing to me how they think they can make that call from the wrong foul line. But such is life with only a 2-man crew and single-A ball. The 1-2 pitch to Richard is lined over the head of Weed into right center field for a hit. So Danny, with his first hit of the game, continues to hit very well. As we mentioned, he was hitting .326 over the last 10 games coming into the contest here today. And now here is Connor Jackson. Connor, with a hit his first time up here today, extended a hitting streak to 12, which now is the high water mark for the team on the year. Coming into the contest, he was hitting .512 over the last 11 games. As a pitch over for a strike, so Connor is now 22 for his last 42, as he's hit now in 12 straight. 1 hit here last night, walked twice, hitting over .300 against the Quakes and hitting .341 against the league. Ball hit in the air toward right center. Sugden coming up. Jason's there, makes the catch. Yes, that's the second out. So Jackson flies out, and that'll bring up Jamie D'Antona, who also singled in the first inning. D'Antona with 17 hits in 48 at-bats against the Quakes on the year. Has now reached base in 19 straight road games, the 3rd highest active streak in the league. As they go to first base, and back on the bag over there is Richard. Cates playing about a half step off the bag and slightly in front of it to get off the bag sooner with 2 outs, and the pitch inside to D'Antona is 1 ball and no strikes. D'Antona, who is now hitting 9 straight, hitting .333 over the last week and a half. They go to first base again, and Richard back to the bag. And of course, these three, the 3 amigos, they tend to call themselves the 3 roommates, as they all room together, and they simply just feed off each other and drive each other to be better and better every day. As again they go to first base and Richard back to the bag. Even though Carlos is not here, they still keep each other loose. Go to first base, and they got Richard picked off this time as he is out. And Saunders picks off his second man of the day. So D'Antona will be back up there when the JetHawks come back up in the 4th. As Richard out, 1-3 on the pickoff. No runs in the inning, 1 hit, and nobody left. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. Still the JetHawks 2, the Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Yeah! Woohoo! Good game! Yeah, let's get a little cheering going, people. Come on, people, let's go!
Nice air horn. Well, let me guess, you don't have the SBC Smart Yellow Pages, huh?
No, I got this other phone book. Works fine. Not a lot of ads for sporting goods, though.
That would explain that awesome little horn there.
I think it carries well.
For the most complete, reliable information around, look for the SBC Smart Yellow Pages or go to smartpages.com.
Hey, Aquadog, aren't we going to JetHawks Stadium on June 25th?
Yes, Wesley, for Water Awareness Night. And guess who's joining us there? L.A. County Waterworks and Roseman Community Services District.
What for?
Wesley, we're all concerned about water and want everyone to use water wisely and have fun at the game, too.
Oh, yeah, water. Let's have fun. Meet us at JetHawks Stadium June 25th for Water Awareness Night.
Have a take and don't suck just like this.
Chauncey Billups is making a mess out of Gary Payton. Karl Malone is not nearly the player he used to be, but I can accept it because Malone's still out there doing what he does. Going to the glass, getting his elbows up, and respecting the opportunity. I'm even all right with the glove not being the way he once was, if he had an attitude like Karl Malone's, but he doesn't. He's miserable, and he's making those around him miserable.
The Jim Rome Show. Weekdays 9 to noon. Fox Sports 610.
Bottom of the third, B.J. Weed leads it off for the Quakes. First pitch over for a strike from Bass, and it's 0-1. Dan Hubbard with you from the epicenter on this Sunday. Game 1 of the doubleheader. JetHawks up 2-0. The 0-1 pitch on the way from Bass is up high. And it's ball one, 1 ball and 1 strike. Weed up there for the first time today, hitting .270 on the year. The 1-1 pitch is hit over the mound, but right there is Brown. Had him played slightly the other way. Positioned perfectly, throws him out 4-3 for the first out. So 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Now it's back to the top of the order again, and Eric Ibar, who singled and then was out on a force play to end the top of the first inning. Or check at the bottom of the first inning, I should say. On a ground ball that was hit by David Gates. First pitch to Ibar shows bunt. Bass comes inside, ball 1. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. We're talking about Inland Empire and how Darren Brown, their managers, had to kind of juggle the pitching staff around the last couple of weeks. As Ibar racks one into right field for a hit. His second hit of the game. And a man at first base with 1 out, and brings up Reggie Willits. Brown, each time around now in the rotation, has had to go to the bullpen to have somebody make a spot start. And last night it was Tanner Watson who was given the opportunity. And Watson stepped up and had a big start last night and got the win at home against High Desert. He went 5 innings. Gave up only 1 hit. Struck out 4 along the way to get the win. As a pitch over to Willits for a strike, and it's 0-1. So Wally has said time and time again that he thought Inland Empire has the best pitching, at least starting pitching in the league. As they go to first base and Ibar back to the bag. And certainly they have won the close games, have Inland Empire. But the JetHawks offensively, right now with the hitters that they have, time called, no pitch to Willits. And it stays 0-1. They're hitting over 300 as a team in the league, are the JetHawks, the only team to be doing that. They've hit more home runs than anybody. They've scored 426 runs with the 2 they have today. As a pitch up high, 1 ball and 1 strike. And as far as the rest of the league is concerned, the closest other team is Visalia, and they've scored about 50 runs less than the JetHawks have, as they have scored 371 runs on the year. The 1-1. hit foul back to the screen. It's now 1-2 on the Quakes center fielder, Willits. Reggie walked his first time up today. About as far as second base, but then was left there when the Quakes made out in the first inning. So 2-0 JetHawks, bottom of the third. Remember, these are only 7-inning games and doubleheaders in the Cal League. Pitch home to Willits, fastball outside, evens the count at 2-2. Cliff McMachen goes in game 2 for the JetHawks against Steve Shell for the Quakes. We'll have game 2 for you on a tape-delayed basis on Community Radio, 1340, following the Dodger game tonight. But you'll be able to hear it live on the internet at JetHawks.com and Community Radio 1340.com as the 2-2 pitch misses outside. And the count now full on Willits, 3-2. Bass ready, his 3-2 pitch, and the runner going is up high. Willits walks for the second time tonight. And the tying runs are on base for the Quakes with only one out. So here comes Greg Porter, who struck out in the first inning with 2 men on base. And Porter up there with a chance here again. Porter hitting .319 on the year with 22 multi-hit games, and takes the first pitch from Bass up high, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. On the road trip, the JetHawks pitching staff with an ERA of 5.09, and in 3 of the 6 games thus far have allowed the opponents to score 5 or more times. And they are 2-1 in those 3 games. As the pitch again high, ball 2. And now Phil Atlas is going to go jogging to the mound to go out to talk to Bass. There was a couple of theories involved with having Bass pitch the first game. They thought if they could get through game 1 without having to go too deep in the bullpen, that it would set up better for game 2 with McMachen on the mound for the nightcap. As the pitch to Porter swung on and missed, it's 2-1. They also wanted to make sure that Bass pitched against Saunders and let Shell pitch against the bullpen, or as I like to call it, Johnny Holstaff. Ball looped along the left field line, slicing away and foul. As Jackson came over, wasn't going to get anywhere near it, but the ball landed about 15 feet in foul territory, and it's now 2-2. Somebody asked me, well, is that like conceding that you were going to split? I say, no, it's more trying to guarantee yourself to win at least one. So 2-2 against Porter. Bass looks back at Ibar. The 2-2 pitch hit in the air toward left, playable for Jackson. Connor, medium deep, makes the catch. Both runners will have to go back, and there's now 2 outs. So with 2 outs and 2 on, here comes Mike Napoli, who fouled out his first time up, as he fouled out to the first baseman, Sean Lewelowitz. Napoli, the league leader in home runs and in RBIs, has 2 RBIs in the series, 1 in each game, and takes the first pitch, a breaking ball for a strike. But Napoli, boy, he missed out on a golden opportunity last night. With the bases loaded, nobody out, Backman brought in Jason Bolger, and he struck out Napoli and Gates, and then got Porter to ground out to end the bottom of the 9th inning last night. Again, that ball lifted to short left field. Richard going out. The shortstop there, Danny makes the catch, and the Quakes leave 2 more men here in the inning. They've left 4 already in the game here tonight in the first game of the doubleheader, and Bass walks off having escaped once again. No runs, 1 hit, a walk, and 2 left. We'll go to the fourth. JetHawks 2, Quakes 3 on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Got debt? Are creditors harassing you with constant phone calls? Have you recently been hit with a garnishment, lawsuit, or judgment? If you have any of these problems, a bankruptcy may be the solution. Attorney Antico dedicates his law practice exclusively to bankruptcy. While a BK is not a solution for everyone, it may be the one for you. Call Attorney Antico, toll free 800-227-2947, or log on to avbankruptcy.com for a free consultation.
Burns Pharmacy in downtown Lancaster is your one-stop home health care center, and they've been serving the Valley for over 50 years. Sometimes we all need a little helping hand, and Burns Pharmacy has mobility products by Pride and a full selection of bathroom equipment with handles to give us that little extra help that we all need from time to time. Burns Pharmacy at 866 Lancaster Boulevard is the only stop you'll ever need to make. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 9 to 6 on Saturday, or visit their website at www.burnsrxpharmacy.com.
Kobe beyond the arc, trying to lose Hamilton, jumps up, three-pointer for the tie.
Fox Sports 610 presents the Los Angeles Lakers in the NBA Finals.
Underneath, reverses it.
Joel Myers and Michael Thompson bring you all the thrilling play-by-play action.
Gets it to Fish at the buzzer. Got it!
The Los Angeles Lakers.
How big was that, baby?
Will embarrassment motivate the Lakers in Game 4? Find out tonight at 5:45. Fox Sports 610.
Well, through 3 innings in Game 1 of the doubleheader, the JetHawks 2 runs on 5 hits. The Quakes no runs on 2 hits. Neither side has committed an error, as the starting pitching has been very good so far here in Game 1. Saunders touched up for 2 runs in the first inning today, but has allowed only 2 hits since then, and Bass has allowed only 2 hits through 3. So it'll be Jamie D'Antona, Sean Llewellowitz, and Phil Atlas due up here in the fourth for the JetHawks. As the left-hander Saunders ready to go back to work, comes home to D'Antona. First pitch is missing outside, ball 1. 1 ball with no strikes. The former Lancaster stealth right fielder Mike Restovich recalled to the big leagues yesterday by the Twins. As the pitch is down low again, ball 2. The Twins option struggling reliever J.C. Romero back to AAA and recalled Restovich on Saturday. The 2-0 offering to D'Antona is a ground ball toward the hole. Smothered by Porter. Nice play. Gets to his feet, throws, and gets him. The throw pulled Cates off the bag, who was able to tag D'Antona going by. Nice play at both ends by the Quake corner infielders for the first out. That'll bring up Llewellowitz. Sean with a scoring fly ball in the first inning, give the JetHawks a 2-0 lead. The RBI was his 16th since coming to Lancaster. As he drives one toward the gap in right center, this one's going to get down. Willits over to cut it off. Llewellowitz has his first hit of the game. And Sean aboard with 1 out. And for Llewellowitz, he's now hit in 5 straight and in 15 of the last 20. And that'll bring up Phil Atlas, who also has been starting to swing the bat again very well. Part of the reason why Restovich was brought up instead of another infielder or another pitcher was that with interleague play coming, the Twins will be at Montreal and at Milwaukee. They won't have the benefit of the designated hitter over the next week or 10 days, so they needed another body to play the field positions they used for pinch hitting and double switches. So Restovich was the guy. 1-0 pitch to Atlas, misses high and away. Ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. This Roy Halladay was activated yesterday by the Blue Jays, came off the DL and pitched yesterday against the Diamondbacks and picked up the win. Next pitch to Atlas, again high, ball 3, 3 balls and no strikes. Holiday missed a pair of starts with a sore shoulder. And with the win yesterday, upped his record to 6-4, knocking off Arizona. Remember, last year, Holiday was 22-7. The 3-0 pitch to Avalos, taking all the way, misses inside, ball 4. That's the first walk given up by Saunders here today, to go along with one strikeout in the game. And now here is Neb Brown. Neb singled his first time up, so he's hitting back-to-back games time in about a week. Llewellowitz at second. Avalos over at first, and the first pitch to Neb. Slider on the corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. To make room for Holiday on the active roster, Toronto put Kerry Leitenberg on the 15-day disabled list with an inflammation on his left hip. As the ball's lined at second, and it's caught in a double play as Weed beats Llewellowitz back to the bag. Nice play by B.J. Weed to be able to glove that ball, hit up the middle, and then beat Llewellowitz back to the bag by about a half a step as Brown lines into a double play, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit and one left for the JetHawks. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Lancaster 2, Rancho nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Tom and Tim Fuller for Hunter Dodge Chrysler Jeep. Our Chrysler certified pre-owned vehicles are so nice, it's a shame to have to call them used. They look, drive, and feel brand spanking new, but they're a lot less expensive. I know, we'll call them brand spanking used. Every one of our Chrysler certified brand spanking used vehicles come with an 8-year, 80,000-mile factory-backed powertrain warranty. See us for copies of limited warranty. Plus, brand spanking used cars go through a grueling 125-point inspection and include 24-hour roadside assistance, car rental allowance, and a Carfax history report. Terms and conditions apply. Save a bundle on nearly new factory-certified cars or trucks and leave with the confidence of knowing you've got the cream of the crop from the only dealership still selling cars in the Antelope Valley for over 60 years. Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep factory-certified brand spanking used vehicles are only available at award-winning 5-star dealership. And around here, that means only at Hunter Dodge Chrysler Jeep in Lancaster Automall.
It's clear. Best way to purchase tickets to upcoming Clear Channel High Desert events is the Clear Channel High Desert Events line. 1-866-IT'S-CLEAR. That's 1-866-487-2532. Purchase tickets from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. From monster jam to concerts. The Clear Channel High Desert Events line is the clear way to purchase tickets and get information on all of our upcoming events. 1-866-IT'S-CLEAR. 1-866-487-2532. Call now.
Bottom of the fourth inning, JetHawks still up 2-0. There's a group of kids right here in front of our broadcast position in Rancho, and they all have these big green trimmer claws. And it's like trying to look around a bunch of kids with sponge rubber gloves on like they're going to go out to wash somebody's car. As the first pitch to David Gates is missing inside, ball 1. Of course, now they're all very excited because Trimmer's on his way up the steps as well with the squirt gun. Breaking pitch to Gates, misses. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count on Gates. Bass coming home with a 1-1 pitch. It's rolled foul as he jammed Gates. And it kind of goes to 1-2. Bass allowed 2 hits over 8 innings against High Desert his last start, 5 during the complete game victory. And he's allowed a couple of hits through the first 3 innings here today. But he's been able to bob and weave his way out of problems. As that one's going to be lined. Richard can't get to it. It's out into left field for a hit. That's hit number 3 today for the Quakes. So Gates has his first hit of the game. And that'll bring up Jared Abruzzo. Well, the Quakes have left 4 through the first 3 innings here today. last night, including leaving the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth inning. They left 9 men on base. And in game 1 on Friday, they left 15. First pitch to Abruzzo, popped up and foul ground, be out of play behind the Quakes dugout on the third base side. So the Quakes have left 28 men on base in the series here already, losing by 4 in each of the first 2 games of the series. Just not able to get the hits when they needed them to drive in the runs. And credit the JetHawks pitching staff with good work and be able to get out of innings. Off-speed pitch. Abruzzo's way out in front of it, and it's 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes on Jared Abruzzo. Pass ready. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That's up high. Ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kenny Lofton was activated yesterday by the Yankees and hit a big home run today against San Diego. Boy, what a finish to that game in New York. Earlier today against the Padres, the 1-2 pitch outside. It's 2-2. Trailing 2-0. They got a couple of home runs late in the ninth inning to tie the game. And then the Yankees went on and beat the Padres in 12 today. The 2-2 pitch to Abruzzo popped up, be playable. D'Antona over near the warning track, on the edge of the track, makes the catch for the first out. So Abruzzo fouls out for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Zach Quakes again. Quakes, who struck out his first time up. Yeah, the Yankees got a pair of home runs in the ninth inning off of Trevor Hoffman to tie the game and then won it in 12. And, of course, I took the opportunity to poke fun last night at Larry Cavanaugh, the official scorer here. So he made sure that I had a copy of the box score from the Yankee-Padre game today. Count goes to 0-1 on Cates. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Not only did the Yankees win in 12 innings, well, the Padres scored 3 times in the top of the 12th, and the Yankees came back and got 4 in the bottom of the 12th and won it by the score of 6-5. Next pitch to Cates, caught looking as he takes a fastball in the inside corner, and there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. So Bass strikes out his 3rd, and that'll bring up Jason Sugden with a man at first base and 2 outs. So here is Sugden. The first pitch is hit foul back to the screen. A-Rod had an RBI in the 12th inning that scored Bernie Williams. Jorge Posada had a ground rule double that scored 2. Sheffield and, actually scored Sheffield as he held Giambi. And then Ruben Sierra came up, had a scoring fly ball that won the game. Another one of those crazy, improbable finishes at Yankee Stadium. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jason Sugden. Bass's next pitch, off-speed pitch up high. And it's 2 balls and a strike. Bass gets the ball up there, 88 to 90. Might touch 91 or 92 at times. That off-speed pitch he just threw up there was at 75, so it looked like a leaf coming up there to Sugden. That pitch at 86 is swung on and missed, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gates away from first, single to open the inning, and the next pitch swung on and missed. So Bass again strikes out 2 in the inning and leaves the leadoff man standing over at first base. So the Quakes leave another. That's 5 left on base today and 29 in the series. We're done with 4. We'll go to the 5th. JetHawks 2, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
The best value, just around the corner. Penny Saver.
You know the Penny Saver is California's best-read publication, reaching more homes than the top 10 newspapers in California combined. But did you know the Penny Saver features Career Mart with jobs right in your neighborhood? Why commute when the best career may be just around the corner? Office work, sales, security, drivers, warehouse, customer service, and career education from local schools are all in the Penny Saver. And when you get the job you've been looking for, don't forget to celebrate by ordering a pizza with a coupon you'll find in the Penny Saver. The Penny Saver, where the best values are just around the corner, and PennySaverUSA.com. Best values are just a click away.
The best value, are just around the corner. Penny Saver.
Check Penny Saver's Career Mart section.
Kobe beyond the arc, trying to lose Hamilton, jumps up, three-pointer for the tie.
Fox Sports 610 presents the Los Angeles Lakers in the NBA Finals.
Reverses it.
Joel Myers and Michael Thompson bring you all the thrilling play-by-play action.
Gets it to Pitt at the buzzer. Got it!
The Los Angeles Lakers.
Hey, what's that, baby?
Will embarrassment motivate the Lakers to bounce back in Game 4? Find out tonight at 5:45. Fox Sports 610.
So we'll go to the 5th inning. JetHawks still up 2-0. They got 2 runs in the top of the first, and Adam Bass has made him stand up as Matt Morgan will lead it off here as we go to the 5th. Morgan, Simon, and back to the top of the order, and Jared Ball in this 7-inning first game of the doubleheader. First pitch to Morgan, hit foul back to the screen. It's actually been a very good contest between the two pitchers, Joe Saunders and Adam Bass. Saunders, who was 5-5, was 10th best in the league with a 3.77 ERA at the start of play today. Next pitch to Morgan, hit foul off the first base side, and it's now 0-2 on Matt. We'll have to see what Wally's going to do for the second game. We do have the lineup here, and depending on any changes as Morgan takes the called third strike on the outside corner. So Morgan strikes out. He's 0 for 2. And there's 1 out here in the 4th. That's 2 strikeouts for Saunders. Morgan both times gives him 44 on the year. Now here's Brandon Simon. Morgan is scheduled to catch the second game of the doubleheader. And it's pretty much the everyday lineup in Game 2 as well. There will be one slight change, however. And I was wondering if they were going to do this or not, because Haley had been taking some fly balls in the outfield the last couple of days. Adam Haley is going to play right field in Game 2. Next pitch to Simon, line foul into the screen. And I believe it's 0-2. As Saunders winds and comes home with the next pitch to Simon, misses downstairs. And 1 ball and 2 strikes. Other than that, it's pretty much no other changes. Ball will go back to center field as Wally's having to try to juggle, not only between the doubleheader, but without Carlos Quentin here for the second day in a row as Simon strikes out. 2 strikeouts in the inning and 3 in the game for Saunders. Now back to the top of the order, and Jared Ball. Ball got the JetHawks off and running here today with a double off the left field fence to lead off the ball game. Stole third and came home on Connor Jackson's RBI single. The steal for Ball was his 11th of the year. Ned Brown with a dozen, leading the team. The first pitch to Jared over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Jerry got kind of a kick out of the idea that maybe the things that Eric Fox was telling him over the last few days around the batting cage are helping him out. That he doesn't have to swing as hard as he can all the time, be able to make good contact and hit the ball a long ways. Pitch outside, ball goes into strike. Again, the double that he had in the first inning today was another one of those Just stay back, wait, make a good pass on the ball, and the ball will go. As a pitch swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. But like hitters are prone to do, they see a good pitch, their eyes just light up, and they want to swing as hard as they can to try to hit it as far as they can. That's not necessarily the best way to do it. Pitch to Phil. The ball swung on and missed. May have chased the pitch out of the strike zone, but Jarrett strikes out, and Joe Saunders strikes out the side here in the top of the 5th inning. So we'll go bottom 5 from Rancho Cucamonga. Still the JetHawks 2 and the Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
American Medical Response is a proud sponsor of JetHawks Baseball. Each year they strive to show their support in this great community through several different projects. Their service vision of patient-focused, customer-centered, and caregiver-inspired clearly states their intent to be the leader in ambulance transportation. Thanks to the hundreds of AMR employees who day in and day out help maintain the safety of all citizens in the Antelope Valley. American Medical Response, Antelope Valley's ambulance company. You know, everyone deserves a second chance. That's why we keep asking you to recycle your beverage containers. Yeah, it's not always convenient, and it's real easy to make up excuses. But the next time you reach for a bottle that's recyclable, just ask yourself, how will it end up in the recycling bin? With a plastic bottle, I'm thinking right now, jump shot. Please recycle your beverage containers because it's not trash. Sponsored by the City of Lancaster and funded by a grant from the California Department of Conservation.
Kobe beyond the arc, trying to lose Hamilton, jumps up, three-pointer for the tie. He did it!
Fox Sports 610 presents the Los Angeles Lakers in the NBA Finals.
Underneath, reverses it, hooks it in.
Joel Myers and Michael Thompson bring you all in play-by-play action.
Gets it to Fish at the buzzer, got it!
The Los Angeles Lakers.
How big was that, baby?
Will embarrassment motivate the Lakers to bounce back in Game 4? Find out tonight at 5:45. Fox Sports 610.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and it's B.J. Weed to lead it off. First pitch to B.J. was a ball. The second pitch is hit foul down the left field line, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Bass has scattered 3 hits through the first 4 innings here today. And the JetHawks have staken to a lead before he thrown a pitch, and so far has made it stand up. That ball foul up along the third base line, as D'Antona flips it up to a couple of young kids just the other side of the Quakes dugout, and it's 1-2 on BJ. Weed grounded out his first time up, was 0 for 1, but made a great play on a ball that looked like headed for center field, hit by Neb Brown. He turned it into a double play as he beat Llewellowitz back to the bag. And the JetHawks, who looked like they had something going a couple of innings ago back in the 4th, ended up running themselves out of the inning. Next pitch to Weed, rolled foul up along the first base side, and it now stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bass comes back with a 1-2 pitch, fastball that's high, and it's 2-2. That's just as bad as quick as Bass is get there right there at 90. The 2-2 pitch, back on the outside edge again, too far out. And the count now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Adam, who had made one other start against Rancho Cucamonga this year, comes home with a 3-2 pitch, ground ball toward Richard. Danny will have that, flip it across to Llewellowitz and pulled him off the bag. Throw was up the line, and Sean couldn't keep the toe on it. And it'll be an error charged to the shortstop, Danny Richard. And the leadoff man on for the Quakes here in the 5th. We'll go back to the top of the order now, and Eric Ibar. Ibar, who's seen his average slip down to 328. Partly because over the last 10 games he has struggled a bit. as he has 7 hits in his last 39 at-bats coming into the game today. But Ibar is 2 for 2 on the afternoon. And Dan Carlson's going to go out now to talk to Bass for a moment, just to settle everybody down after the throwing error to start the bottom of the 5th inning. So Carlson has his say. He'll now turn and head back to the dugout. As the Quakes had 2 men on, nobody out in the 1st inning, and left 2 men on base. Bass retired the side in order in the 2nd inning. They had 2 men on with 1 out and ended up leaving him on base in the 3rd and left another one last inning. It was the first pitch to Ibar, hit foul off the 3rd base side, and it's 0-1. Ibar singled, stole second in the 1st inning, but was forced out at 3rd to end, and then singled with 1 out in the 3rd and was left standing at 2nd base that inning. So nobody out, Weed over at 1st. Bass comes home to Ibar, and that one's over for a strike, and it's now 0-2. Bullpen now going to start to get busy here for the JetHawks. Justin Wexler gets up and starts to throw. Bolger with saves in the first 2 games of the series. I would think would be available today with an off day tomorrow. The 0-2 pitch. Little roller up along the line. Atlas is going to let it go. It's on the line, and it's fair as it dives right on the line. Phil knew he didn't have a play. The only thing he could do was just wait. And he waited, and eventually the ball died about halfway up the 3rd base line, exactly on the painted line here in Rancho Cucamonga. And it's a swinging bunt infield hit for Ibar, 2 on and nobody out. And it brings up Reggie Willits. 4th hit of the game for the Quakes. And the JetHawks look for bunt, so D'Antona and Lelowitz come up on the grass. As he shows bunt, gets it down. D'Antona looks at 3rd, there's nobody there, has to go to 1st. And the sacrifice works and moves both runners up 90 feet. So the sacrifice, 5-4 for the 1st out. And now here is Greg Porter, who was struck out and flew out to left. So Weed, the first runner that the Quakes get to 3rd base in the game. And let's see. JetHawks want to know how Wally wants to defense it. He says play back. So back it will be. And Bass will work on Porter. And the first pitch to Greg hit foul back into the screen, and it's 0-1. Porter, who has 28 RBIs since May 1st when he was activated, about 6 weeks. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. As Bass again took something off it, now he's ahead of Porter, no balls and 2 strikes. Porter hitting .319 against the league, hitting less than that, .297 with men in scoring position. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Wow, was that a big strikeout for Bass. So he strikes out Porter on 3 pitches. And now there's 2 outs. And it'll bring up Mike Napoli. But you're not out of the inning as of yet because you still have to deal with the leading home run and leading RBI man in the league. Napoli's fouled out. And now up there 0 for 2 on the day. Bass ready in the first pitch to Napoli. Breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-1. Tell you what, Napoli really, as the players say, steps in the bucket, as his step with his lead foot is directly down the 3rd base line. And, of course, Bass and Avalos have worked him on the outside corner. In fact, Phil slides out there again. Next pitch just misses the edge, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 65 RBIs for Napoli. 16 home runs on the year. The 1-1 swung on and missed. Again, they go down and away, and Napoli just simply can't reach that pitch. Of his 16 home runs, 4 of them have been for the 3-run variety as the pitch misses again outside, and it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Napoli also with 16 multi-home run games. Or take that 16 multi-RBI games, I should say. The 2-2 pitch popped up into short right. Brown going out, says he'll take it. Brownie makes the catch, and Bass again gets off the hook. And the Quakes leave 2 more. That's 7 in the game and 31 now in the series. Amazing. We'll go to the 6th. JetHawks 2, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
You know, the goal of baseball is to get home quickly. The last thing you want to see is some player lollygagging around third when there's going to be a close play at the plate. Well, Farmer John feels the same way about ham, bacon, sausage, and hot dogs. You know all of Farmer John's products are made fresh right here in the Southland. That way they get to home as quickly as possible, and it's just a short slide into the plate. That's your plate at home, not home plate. Get fresh. Get Farmer John.
Good news, JetHawk fans. First City Credit Union is open to everyone who lives or works in the Antelope Valley. That means you can enjoy great loan and deposit rates, cost-saving checking, and friendly personalized credit union service. Real estate loans, too. Visit our new Lancaster branch at 1103 West Ave at the Target Center or call 877-673-6868. First City, Antelope Valley's Credit Union. Call us at 877-673-6868. Deposits federally insured.
It's Clear. The best way to purchase tickets to upcoming Clear Channel High Desert events is the Clear Channel High Desert Events line. 1-866-IT'S-CLEAR. That's 1-866-487-2532. Purchase tickets from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. From Monster Jam to concerts. The Clear Channel High Desert Events line is the clear way to purchase tickets and get information on all of our upcoming events. 1-866-IT'S-CLEAR. 1-866-487-2532. Call now.
Adam Bass again escapes Houdini like that time in the bottom of the 5th inning. It stays 2-0 JetHawks as we now go to the 6th. As it's been kind of beach and tropical weekend all weekend here in Rancho Cucamonga, and on the PA system here in the stadium, playing the song from the Tiki Room at Disneyland between half innings. So here's Danny Richard to lead it off, and the first pitch to Danny swung on and hit foul into the glove of Napoli, and it's 0-1. Richard, Jackson, and D'Antona here in the 6th. 2-0 Lancaster. As the next pitch to Richard misses outside, and it's ball 1. The JetHawks with 3 hits since the 1st inning, when they scored 2 times on 3 hits in the 1st inning today. The 1-1 hit foul by Danny back to the screen. It's now 1-2. Remember, Chris Capuano faced the JetHawks the other night up in High Desert, activated from the DL, and started the game for Milwaukee on Saturday. The 1-2 pitch to Richard popped up right in the middle of the infield. Ibar, his buddy, makes the catch for the out. So one shortstop pops up to the other, and there's one out to bring up Connor Jackson. Capuano, who was just hammered by the JetHawks on Tuesday night up at Maverick Stadium, had not pitched for the Brewers since May the 26th, when he left his start against the Dodgers with tightness in his left tricep. It was the second time he had been on the disabled list, but came off yesterday and started against the Astros. The first pitch to Jackson misses outside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to make room for Capuano on the roster. Milwaukee yesterday sent Trent Durrington back down. As the pitch to Connor again misses down low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0 offering is a ground ball wide of third. Porter has it go off his glove, deflects to Ibar, who throws him out. 5-6-3 on the putout of Connor Jackson for the second out. That's the second time Ibar's done that in this series. He had caught a deflection off the pitcher's glove the other night and still made an out at first base. Now here's D'Antona with 2 outs. Capuano, who pitched on Tuesday against the JetHawks, was touched up for 6 runs on 6 hits in 2 innings and took a loss in that game at Maverick Stadium. As here's D'Antona, and the first pitch to Jamie misses high, the ball 1. D'Antona singled and had a hit taken away from him on a great play by Porter his last time up. The 0-1 is hammered down the left field line. Back on the ball is Gates at the lawn. And Jamie D'Antona gives the JetHawks a 3-0 lead as he hits his 13th home run of the year. A little insurance for the JetHawks. And Jason Bass Adam Bass now leading by 3 runs after D'Antona hits the solo home run. And Sean Llewellyn will come up. And with the RBI, Jamie now equals Connor Jackson again with 53 RBIs apiece. So here's Llewellyn. And the first pitch to Sean misses down and in, ball 1. So Saunders touched up for the home run here in the top of the 6th inning, and it's 3-0 JetHawks. Next pitch to Llewellyn, that misses down and in. For Saunders, that's the 8th home run that he has given up. And the 2-0 pitch to Llewellyn is rolled foul up along the third base line. And it's 2 balls and a strike. For Saunders, of his 8 home runs now allowed, half of them have been against Lancaster, as he gave up 3 home runs in 4 innings the other time that he faced the JetHawks up at the hangar earlier this year. The Willowitz hits the ball in the air towards short right center field. Willits, the center fielder, takes charge and makes the catch, and the inning is over. But the JetHawks get a run on Jamie D'Antona's 13th home run of the year. They leave nobody. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. It's now the JetHawks 3, the Quakes nothing on the Lancaster Baseball Network.
When you find your drains running slow, it's time to call Goodwill Plumbing. If your pipes are starting to leak and you find yourself with a case of the drips, it's time to call Goodwill Plumbing. Whatever your plumbing problems might be, the only one to call is Goodwill Plumbing at 945-9988. For good prices and great service, remember to call Goodwill Plumbing, 945-9988. Goodwill Plumbing, cracking down on the drips and the AV. For good prices and great service, it's always Goodwill Plumbing, 945-9988.
When you have a non-life-threatening injury or illness, you want treatment today. Quartz Hill Walk-In can help. No appointment is necessary, and you'll always see a board-certified physician when you visit. Their medical staff is trained in internal medicine, family practice, and emergency medicine. Quartz Hill Walk-In is open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the weekends. Quartz Hill Walk-In is on the corner of 50th Street West and L8, or call 943-6455. That's 943-6455. Some things never change. S&S Home Furnishings, for instance, after 20 years, still means selection and service. With the best names in the business like Broyhill, Blexill, Pulaski, and Sealy. The dedicated staff at S&S knows where to look for the style and price range you want. So buying furniture is never a gamble, it's a sure thing at S&S Home Furnishings, where easy financing is yours on approved credit. S&S Home Furnishings, downtown Lancaster, on Lancaster Boulevard next to B of A.
Bass will not throw his second consecutive complete game, but he does leading by 3 as Justin Wexler comes in out of the bullpen to pick up here for the JetHawks in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bass goes 5, gives up 4 hits, no runs. And now Wexler comes in to pitch. This is his 22nd appearance. He's 3-0 at 1.69 ERA. He's worked in 37 innings, and he's only given up 9 runs, 7 earned during that time. And as always, Jason Bolger down there playing catch with the right fielder, as he does almost every inning, in an effort just to keep his arm loose and be able to get loose in a hurry if needed down in the bullpen. So we'll go to the bottom of the 6th. David Gates, Jared Abruzzo, and Zach Cates due up. Against Justin Wexler in for his first inning. The first pitch from Wex is up high. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Cates with 1 hit. 1 for 2 today. Hit into a fielder's choice back in the first. Here's the 1-0. Hit in the air behind second. Richard says he'll take it. Takes a couple of steps back onto the infield dirt and makes the catch for the out as Gates pops up for the first down here in the bottom of the 6th. That'll bring up Jared Abruzzo, who was fouled out twice, 0 for 2 on the day. Former Quake infielder Homer Bush was designated for assignment over the weekend by the Yankees as they activated Kenny Lofton. Bush, who played here in 1994 or 5. Abruzzo takes the first pitch down low, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. So the Yankees now have 10 days to pitch outside again, ball 2. They have 10 days to either trade, waive, or release Homer Bush. Wexler ready, comes on. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Abruzzo on the inside corner. Jared giving ground on it. And the pitch on the inside half for a called strike. It's 2-1. The JetHawks leading 3-0 here. The 2-1. Inside again to Abruzzo. It's now 3 balls and a strike. Right-hander throwing in the pin now for Rancho Cucamonga as well. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Abruzzo. Inside, almost hit him. But Abruzzo will draw a walk, and he's on base for the first time here today. The right-hander is Rich Thompson down in the bullpen for the Quakes. And here is Zach Cates with 1 out and 1 on. Cates struck out twice today against Bass, once looking and once swinging, and takes the first pitch down and in, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Second game of the doubleheader comes up about 30 minutes after the conclusion of game 1. As the pitch misses inside, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. You'll be able to hear the game live along the internet at JetHawks.com and CommunityRadio1340.com. And then we'll have it for you on the radio on a tape-delayed basis after the Dodger game this evening, as the Dodgers are in Boston. The 2-0 pitch, swung on and missed. It's 2-1. Also, for those who were listening to the race earlier today, and we had to kind of cut it off short because of the JetHawks game, I want to remind you that Jimmy was able to win the Pocono 500 today in the race that was heard here on Community Radio 1340. As the pitch to Cates, it fouled back to the screen. It's now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cates. Abruzzo away from first. The pitch hit foul again in the air, this time off the third base side. It stays at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wexler ready in the 2-2 offering, and popped up again. D'Antona coming over to have a look, but I don't think the wind will bring this one back, and it won't. It lands about 7 rows deep behind far into the third base dugout. And it stays at 2-2 on Quakes. Zach started play today hitting just 176, and he's 0 for 2 on the afternoon. The 2-2 pitch. Little fly ball to center. Simon's got to come up. Brandon's there. Makes the catch for the second out here in the bottom of the sixth. And it'll bring up the right fielder, Jason Sugden. With McMachen in game 2 for the JetHawks, Steve Shell in game 2 today for the Quakes. JetHawks started today with a magic number of 6. In case you're interested, Manny Parra pitches today for the Mavericks over at Arrowhead Credit Union Park, and the first pitch to Sugden misses outside. Parra throws the left-hander Ryan Roland Smith today against High Desert. That game starts in about an hour and 10 minutes. The 1-0 misses outside. Ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Sugden also has struck out twice today, but both of those at-bats were against Adam Bass. Next pitch swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. Bass struck out 5 on the afternoon. And he walked just 1. That was the second man in the first inning, Reggie Willits. The 2-1 pitch hit foul, and it's 2-2. It's the one thing that makes Bass and especially Gucher so good is they don't walk a lot of men. In fact, the JetHawks as a staff have walked 211 on the year. That is the fourth fewest in the league. As Sugden swings and misses, Avlis catches it, and he strikes out, and the Quakes leave yet another man on base. No runs, a walk, and 1 left. We'll go to the 7th here in Rancho. It's the JetHawks 3, the Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
The Coors Light Beer Poets present a poem by Ralph.
My foot long is lonely. It needs a beer. Hey, yo, is that a beer vendor coming near? Bringing beer to my nosebleed seat, that was the play of the game. Yeah! I've got a man crush on this vendor, and I say that without shame.
No shame here, Ralph. To you, we raise a Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Nobody sells more homes in Antelope Valley than RE/MAX All-Pro. When you're ready to home, don't settle for anything less than the best. RE/MAX All-Pro. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. RE/MAX All-Pro with offices both in Lancaster and Palmdale. For more information on the Valley's top-selling team, visit their website at www.remaxallpro.com.
Now playing on Fox Sports 16.
Here's a drive to left field and hit very deep. Back goes Bale, way back, and this ball is gone.
Los Angeles Dodgers.
Smothered by Cora on his knees to Sturris. Back to game double play.
Los Angeles Dodgers baseball on Fox Sports 610. Presented by Antelope Valley Ford, Shuttle Lincoln Mercury.
Hit pretty well going back. Sosa, gone.
Today's Dodger game with the Red Sox can be heard starting at 4:30 on Community Radio 1340 AM.
Can you believe it?
You're listening to Lancaster JetHawks baseball on Community Radio 1340 AM. KTPI AM Mojave.
We'll go to the last inning, the 7th inning here today. 7-inning doubleheaders, and Rich Thompson comes in to pitch for the Quakes. So Saunders goes 6 and leaves trailing 3-0. It's Phil Avlis leads it off for Lancaster. Avlis, Brown, and Morgan here in the top of the 7th inning. As Thompson comes home and the first pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Avlis, 0 for 1 officially today, walked and flew out. And hits that ball in the air to center field. Willits with a full turn going back at the track, right up against the wall, makes the catch for the out. So Avalos hits it hard, but flies out to center field. Now here is Neb Brown. Brown is singled, lined into a double play, 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Nobody throwing in the bullpen for the JetHawks. So it'll be Wexler's game to save here in the first game of the doubleheader. Thompson in his 24th appearance of the year. First pitch to Brown, misses down low, ball 1. Rich is 1-1, a 4.45 ERA. And in 32 innings of work, Thompson has walked 18 and struck out 36. And the next pitch outside, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. So the JetHawks were 16 games over 500 at the start of play today. 2-0 pitch over, and it's 2-1. They could pick up their 40th win of the year here this afternoon. In fact, they're 3 outs away from that 40th win. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's a ground ball by the mound. Second baseman Weed has it, flips across in time for the out, and there's 2 down. So with 2 outs, that'll bring up Matt Morgan. Morgan is 0 for 2. Struck out twice against Saunders today. Saunders in 6 innings gave up 7 hits and 3 runs, all of them earned. First pitch from Thompson outside, ball 1. Saunders struck out 4, but Morgan was half of his total. Pitch swung on and missed again by Matt. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Like Bass, Saunders only walked 1 in his starting assignment here today. The 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball had Morgan giving ground. It's over for a strike, and it's now 1-2. The bottom of the 7th inning for the Quakes, it'll be Weed, then back to the top of the order, Ibar and Willits. 1-2 pitch on the way to Morgan. Popped up. Right around home plate, it's the catcher, Napoli, now giving ground to Porter, who dropped the ball. Some confusion as Porter ran Napoli off the play at the last minute. Porter dropped it. Morgan reaches on what is an error charged to the third baseman. First error of the game against the Quakes. It's their 6th of the 3-game series. And extends the inning, and now lets Brandon Simon come up. Simon's 0 for 2, hit into a fielder's choice and struck out. And hits the first pitch on 1 hop to the first baseman, Cates, who steps on the bag, and the inning's over anyway. No runs, no hits, an error, and 1 man left. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Last swings here for the Quakes. It's the JetHawks 3, Rancho Cucamonga nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Good news, JetHawk fans. First City Credit Union is open to everyone who lives or works in the Antelope Valley. That means you can enjoy great loan and deposit rates, cost-saving checking, and friendly personalized credit union service. Real estate loans, too. Visit our new Lancaster branch at 1103 West Avenue K at the Target Center, or call 877-673-6868. First City, Antelope Valley's Credit Union. Call us at 877-673-6868. Deposits federally insured.
It's another year of baseball, and Waste Management of the Antelope Valley is excited to participate. Waste Management reminds you to recycle your materials at home and business. It's never too late to start recycling. Let's work together to uphold the mission of keeping AV clean. Remember to reduce, reuse, and recycle. It's the only way. For more information, visit www.keepingavclean.com and go JetHawks!
It's one of those things that will someday happen to all of us. If you play sports or lead an active lifestyle, you're going to need Athletic Injury Management Group in Lancaster. AIM is a multidisciplinary clinic for general and athletic treatment. With their blend of healthcare providers, including chiropractic doctors, physical therapists, and athletic trainers, AIM is the only name you'll ever need.
Stop by and see the 7,000 square foot facility for yourself at 936 West Avenue J4. Athletic Injury Management, providing musculoskeletal health care to the Antelope Valley for 18 years. 949-6649.
Justin Wexler has to get the last 3 outs and make Adam Bass a 5-game winner here today. And also lower the magic number down one more notch here in the bottom of the 7th inning of the first game of the doubleheader against Rancho Cucamonga. Wexler will face B.J. Weed, Eric Ibar, and Reggie Willits here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Weed 0 for 2, grounded out, reached on an error. The error charged to Danny Richard in a throw that was wide of first base and pulled Sean Lewalowitz off the bag. So here is Weed to lead it off. Simon way over into left center field against Weed, and the first pitch to BJ is over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Wexler, who closed a couple of games down in Lake Elsinore recently when Jason Bolger finally just needed a couple of days off because he pitched so much there at one stretch. The pitch outside, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed, and it's now 1-2. So with his 3-0 record, Wexler also has 1 save, as he came in and finished another game that was not a save opportunity. The 1-2 pitch to Weed, down low, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. We told the story yesterday, but why not? It bears repeating. Before yesterday's game, he was down in the dugout talking to Wally Backman, and a young boy walked up and wanted to know if he could talk to Wexler. 2-2 pitch, hitting the air toward right center. Ball on the run. Can Jerry get there? Nope. It's going to get by him. It's going to roll the wall. Weed will have 2. BJ going to third. He's there with a leadoff total here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Ball just out of Jared's reach, as he couldn't make it on the fly, then couldn't cut it off either. As it got by him into the wall, Weed at third base, but still the Quakes would have to get one more man on base to at least bring the tying run to the plate, which, oh, by the way, they have in the last 2 nights in the bottom of the 9th inning. So here is Eric Ibar with 3 hits today. Singled in the first, in the third, and in the 5th. D'Antona comes up toward the cut of the grass. First pitch to Ibar, rolled foul up along the third base side. Anyway, the young boy who wanted to talk to Wexler was in the emergency room the same night that Justin got hit by the foul ball and had to have stitches, as the young boy had broken his finger that night. And they were in the waiting room at the emergency room together and got a chance to talk and visit. And the young guy wanted to come over and see Justin yesterday as the pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-2 on Ibar. So Wex came out to talk to the young guy, and they exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes. The pitch to Ibar swung on and missed as Eric chases one out of the zone and strikes out. That's the first down here in the bottom of the 7th, and it'll bring up Reggie Willits. Another example of not only the Diamondbacks draft quality ball players, but also quality people. So here is Willits, walked twice and had a sacrifice. So without an official at bat on the day, here's Reggie here in the bottom of the 7th with 1 out. First pitch from Justin Wexler is outside, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Out the infield back. Jamie still about the cut of the grass as the pitch to Willits swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. So the Quakes again missing out on golden opportunities. They've left 8 men on base here in this game so far, and 31 in the series. Pitch to Willits is swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. They left 2 men on base in the first, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 2 more in the fifth, 1 last inning, and they have Weed over there at third base now with 1 out here in the ninth, trying to break up the shutout. The 1-2, swung on and missed. So Willits strikes out. That's the second out. And now Wexler will work on Greg Porter with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And the JetHawks, the only team in baseball without a shutout last year, 1 out away from their second one here in 2004. That ball's driven to center field. Back goes Simon. He's at the track, and it's gone. So Porter hits the first pitch just over the top of the fence in center field, off the batter's eye, and it makes it a 1-run game again. It's the Quakes, JetHawks 3, Quakes 2, and Michael Napoli at the plate. Wexler tried to get ahead of Porter and came in with a pitch that's a little bit too good, and Porter hits a line drive off the batter's eye to make it 3-2. For Porter, his 4th home run. The 2 RBIs gives him 30. And it also makes it a 1-run game once again. So Carlson goes to the mound for a moment. Now Walk comes back toward the dugout. Everybody will go back to their positions as well. And, oh, yeah, Wexler needs a baseball, by the way. So here is Napoli. So it's JetHawks 3, Quakes 2 here in the bottom of them. The first pitch to Napoli. This is inside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Napoli is 0 for 3. The 1-0 pitch over for a strike, and it's 1-1. Napoli, who had hit in 4 straight games, of course, had an 18-gamer earlier in the year. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. He chases the pitch up and in, and now 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes on Napoli. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. Well, Wexler strikes out Napoli to end the game, and the JetHawks able to pick up their 40th win of the year as they knock off the Quakes here by a score of 3-2, but miss out on the shutout, but in the process lower the magic number down to 5 as Adam Bass wins for the 5th time this year to go to 5-4. JetHawks win it 3-2. Back to the final totals after this on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Hello? Is this Desert Star Limousine? Yep. I need a 2003 H2 Hummer limo that seats up to 18 with black leather and cheetah interior and a VIP lounge in back. Oh, and flat screen TVs. You got that? Of course. Who? I'll call you back.
Hello, Desert Star Limousine.
I need a super stretched excursion limousine on 20s. It's got a seat up to 16 and gotta have a CD, DVD, a stocked bar, fiber optics, a laser light show, and fish tanks. You got that?
Yep.
Oh. Well, how about traditional stretched Lincoln limos? I might be getting married this weekend. You got that?
Yes.
Anytime you need any kind of ride, call Desert Star Limousines at 940-1914. Desert Star specializes in birthday parties, bridal packages, and great nights out. Call 940-1914.
Strobe lights?
Yep.
Wet bar?
Yep.
Fog machine?
Yep.
PlayStation?
Oh, yeah.
Call Desert Star Limousines 940-1914.
It's nice to know you have someone in your corner when you really need a friend. Farmers Insurance Agent Steve Taylor's your man for auto, home, and life insurance service that's really fast and friendly. As a second-generation insurance agent, Steve Taylor understands the insurance industry, and he knows how to put that experience to work for you. Call Steve Taylor, Farmers Insurance Agent in Lancaster, at 942-6685. Steve Taylor's office is just off Avenue K on 17th Street West. Call 942-6685.
final totals for the JetHawks to win Game 1 of the doubleheader here this afternoon. 3 runs on 7 hits. They commit 1 error. For the Quakes, 2 runs. They had 6 hits. They also commit 1 error in the game. The winner, Adam Bass, to go to 5-4 on the year. Joe Saunders takes the loss. He is now 5-6 on the season. And Justin Wexler with his second save of the year. Time of the game, 1 hour and 59 minutes as the JetHawks win the opener by the score of 3-2. Dodger baseball coming up at the bottom of the hour. We're going to come back with a brief little wrap-up show. We invite you to stay tuned for that. It's coming up next on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Thanks for listening to the Lancaster JetHawks postgame show. And we invite you to join us again next time on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
This is Classic Country, KTPI AM, Mojave, Lancaster, Palmdale.
If you have a job instead of a career, will you be satisfied tomorrow? But if you invest in yourself and develop your knowledge and skills, who knows how far you can go? There are many untapped opportunities for people knowledgeable in electronics, or information technology, and you could be one of them if you call ITT Technical Institute at 1-800-521-0200. At ITT Tech, the curricula are career-oriented. Most programs use theory and hands-on applications to help graduates prepare to meet the needs of employers. Convenient day or evening classes are available just 3 days a week to help fit your busy lifestyle. And financial aid is available to those who qualify. Make a technology degree program part of who you are. ITT Technical Institute can help you prepare for a new career. Limited transferability of credits. Call ITT Tech now for a complimentary brochure. Call 1-800-521-0200. That's ITT Tech. 1-800-521-0200.
Have a take and don't suck just like this.
Chauncey Phillips is making a mess out of Gary Payton. Karl Malone is not nearly the player he used to be, but I can accept it because Malone's still out there doing what he does. Going to the glass, getting his elbows up, and respecting the opportunity. I'm even all right with the glove not being the way he once was, if he had an attitude like Karl Malone's, but he doesn't. He's miserable, and he's making those around him miserable.
The Jim Rome Show, weekdays 9 to noon, Fox Sports 610.
An OnStar Conversation, February 11th, 2004.
OnStar Emergency, this is Marlon.
Well, and I just been hit. There were 2 cars avoiding each other, and one of them slammed into the right front of my car.
Okay, what I can do is go ahead.
The Lancaster JetHawks are on the air, featuring the future stars of the Arizona Diamondbacks. JetHawks baseball is brought to you in part by Toyota, with a complete line of cars and trucks. Toyota, what a feeling. By First City Credit Union. They are the Antelope Valley's credit union. By RE/MAX All Pro. Nobody sells more homes in the Antelope Valley than RE/MAX All Pro. By Hunter Dodge in the Lancaster Auto Center. And by Farmer John, made fresh right here in the Southland. Get fresh, get Farmer John. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Lancaster JetHawks and Minor League Baseball Incorporated, and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Lancaster JetHawks and Minor League Baseball Incorporated is prohibited.
Well, welcome back to Rancho Cucamonga as we get ready for the second game of the doubleheader. But first, let's pause and go down to the field as Flynn Roberts sings God Bless America. Roberts
with God Bless America before we get game 2 started here in Rancho Cucamonga. The JetHawks winning the opener by the score of 3-2 as Adam Bass picked up the win to go to 5-4 on the year. And Steve Shell, who has been just equally as tough and as brilliant as the JetHawks staff has been in their last several starts, as he's gone out the last couple of times as me as well. The last few times that Shell has gone out, as he was been equally as tough. And for Shell, who comes in to pitch this game here today for Rancho Cucamonga, as he gets ready to start the ball game, Shell is 6-2 on the year with an ERA of 3.15 for the Quakes. And our starting lineup for game 2 is always brought to you by the SBC Smart Yellow Pages. To find the information that you need, it's the book with the most accurate and most complete information. Of course, we're talking about the SBC Smart Yellow Pages. It's life's most used book, the SBC Smart Yellow Pages. So the JetHawks will line up this way in game 2 of the doubleheader. Danny Richard leads off. He'll play shortstop. Neb Brown will hit second and play second base. Connor Jackson will be in left field, hitting third. Jamie D'Antona hits fourth and plays third. Sean Llewellowitz will play first base and hit fifth. Dan Casca will hit sixth. He's the DH. Jared Ball moves down to the 7 spot and plays center field. Matt Morgan will catch game 2 of the doubleheader and hit 8th. And Adam Haley will get a start in right field today. It's his first time as a professional that he makes a start in the outfield, although he said he played it out there a few times in spring training. So we're ready to play ball in game 2 of the doubleheader. The JetHawks lowering the magic number with a win in the opener of this double dip. The magic number down to 5 now to clinch the South and win the first half and guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs as Steve Shell comes home. The first pitch over for a strike to Richard. Danny was 1 for 3 in the opener, as Shell's 0-1 pitch on the way, and that is down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Shell has faced the JetHawks a couple of times, and he is 0-2 against Lancaster on the years. A pitch up high again, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Shell has worked in 11 innings against the JetHawks and given up 13 hits and has a 5.73 ERA. As the 2-1 pitch over for a strike, and it is now 2-2. Shell also threw his first complete game of the year, his last time out. In fact, he threw it the same day that Adam Bass threw his up in High Desert. As the 2-2 pitch hit foul back to the screen, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Shell, who has won his last 3 starts, he's 3-1 in his last 4. Ground ball wide at first. Abruzzo dives, knocks it down, feeds it to Shell coming over, and apparently Shell missed the bat as he is called safe over at first base. As Shane Alexander working the bases here in the second game of the doubleheader rules that Richard safe. It'll be ruled an infield hit for Richard to lead off the ball game. So here now is Neb Brown. Brown also had 1 hit in the opener, as he was 1 for 3. And Shell coming home to Brown, hits the first pitch foul off of the third base side, and it's 0-1. Apparently, a lot of the folks who were here either didn't know it was a doubleheader or didn't like the idea of the possibility of staying for a second game, and they have pretty much bailed. Shell working out of the stretch, looks over at Richard, going to go over to first base, and Danny back to the bag. In fact, there was a big group of kids and parents sitting right here in front of us. When they found out it was a doubleheader, they basically said, well, you know what? I don't feel like sitting through another game. We're leaving. And in mass, the whole group got up and walked out. The 0-1. Pitch up and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. But before they left, of course, they had to ask if the Quakes were playing the JetHawks again in the second game of the doubleheader or if somebody else was going to play, which I found rather amusing, along with the official scorer, Larry Cavanaugh. We kind of went, yeah, they're playing the JetHawks again.
The 1-1 pitch. Over for a strike to Brown on the outside corner. It's 1-2. Neb started play today hitting .292 with 4 home runs and 30 RBIs on the year. Outfield straight away against Brown, who's hit now in back-to-back games after snapping a 3-game hitless streak. As the pitch is inside and hits Brown. Ishar was going. He'll go to second base anyway. So a single and a hit batter. And the JetHawks again have something going here in the first inning. They scored twice in the first inning of the first game today to go on to the 3-2 win. So here's Connor Jackson. Connor with 1 hit in the first game, an RBI single, and scored a run in the first inning. So up there with 2 on and nobody out in this first inning of game 2. First pitch home to Jackson. Breaking ball, misses outside. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Of course, the thing about Connor that you want to look at is the split between his batting average at home and road. The 1-0 pitch is hit in the air towards center. Playable for Willits. Reggie went back. Now he's got to come in a little bit. Makes the catch. Richard will bluff to draw a throw. Good throw. And Richard stays at second base. That's the first out of here in the top of the first inning. So there's 1 out. And we'll bring up Jamie D'Antona. D'Antona also had 2 hits actually in the first game. He was 2 for 3, scored a run, drove in 1 as well, as it was the top 5 in the JetHawks order. It did most of the damage against Joe Saunders and the Quakes in the first inning as the pitch is a fastball swung on and missed. And it's 0-1 on D'Antona. He was hitting .318 at the start of play. Did hit a home run in the first game, his 13th of the year. For the JetHawks, that gave them 80 on the season. As the pitch hit foul off the facing of the press box, then banks off the top of the JetHawk dugout and ends up all the way back out along the first base line. So the JetHawks have now hit 34 home runs in the last 22 games. There goes Richard for third. The pitch outside. Buddy doesn't have a play. And Ryan just has to bluff a throw down to first base. The slider down and away in the dirt to D'Antona. There was no way that Ryan Buddy was going to come up throwing at anybody. And Richard guesses right. Steals third base. And now the JetHawks have runners at the corners. And 1 out. And a chance for D'Antona to pick up at least 1. Next pitch to Jamie. Misses inside, and the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, the 2 games that Shell pitched against the JetHawks, one of them was here. In fact, Shell pitched on opening night against Lancaster. Line to third. Everybody gets back to the bags as Porter keeps that ball from headed down the left field line. Nice play by Greg over there at third base. Now there's 2 outs to bring up Sean Llewellowitz. Now they have Tasca batting in front of Llewellowitz. So here is Tasca. First pitch to Tasca, misses upstairs, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Deanna did not play in the first game today. Is hitting .264 on the year, hit his 5th home run of the year here the other night. And takes the pitch up high again, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. He's driven in 19, but has a chance here
to pick up one in the first inning as the 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. Anyway, on April 16th, when the JetHawks faced Shell here, in 5 innings, he gave up 5 runs on 8 hits and gave up 3 home runs that night on opening night, 2004 at the Epicenter. And then later, the JetHawks faced him again back in Lancaster this time and beat him again as the pitch to Tasca swung on and missed. That night, Shell went 6, gave up 2 runs, both earned on 5 hits, walked 1 and struck out 5, and that's the last game that Shell has lost. Since then, he has won his last 3 starts, beating Lake Elsinore, Inland Empire, and Lake Elsinore again. Pitch run, throw runner going, safe at second, throw back to the plate, but he can't control the throw, gets away as Richard scores, and now going to third base is Neb Brown. It'll go as a double steal and then an error on Ibar coming back to the plate with the throw. The error lets Brown go to third base, but Richard credited with a steal of home. So the JetHawks score in the first inning. The count now full on Tasca. Brown down from third, and the pitch home to Dan. Breaking pitch low, ball 4 that extends the first inning. So Tasca draws a walk. And now here comes Sean Llewellowitz with 2 outs and 2 on, as the JetHawks score first here again. They jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the first game here this afternoon. And now Llewellowitz with a chance to pick up more with 2 on and 2 outs here in the first inning. First pitch from Shell, this is up and in, ball 1. One involved and no strikes. It's the 13th start of the year for Shell, and he's split his starts so far right down the middle. And he's 4-1 pitching here at Rancho Cucamonga. Broken bat roller down toward Porter. Gregg has it right from the cut of the grass, throws across in time for the out, and the JetHawks settle for the 1 run. 1 run, 1 hit, a hit batter, a walk, and a throwing error. And the JetHawks settle for the 1 run, and they leave Neb Brown standing over there at third base. We'll go to the bottom of the first after a half inning. It's the JetHawks 1, and the Quakes coming up to face Cliff McMachen in his first start of the year on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Tom and Tim Fuller for Hunter Dodge Chrysler Jeep.
Our Chrysler certified pre-owned vehicles are so nice, it's a shame to have to call them used. They look, drive, and feel brand spanking new, but they're a lot less expensive. I know, we'll call them brand spanking used. Every one of our Chrysler certified brand spanking used vehicles come with an 8-year, 80,000-mile factory-backed powertrain warranty. See us for copies limited warranty. Plus, brand spanking used cars go through a grueling 125-point inspection and include 24-hour roadside assistance, car rental allowance, and a Carfax terms and conditions apply. Save a bundle on nearly new factory-certified cars or trucks and leave with the confidence of knowing you've got the cream of the crop from the only dealership still selling cars in the Antelope Valley for over 60 years. Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep factory-certified brand spanking used vehicles are only available at award-winning 5-star dealerships. And around here, that means only 100 Dodge Chrysler Jeep from Lancaster Automotive.
Clear Channel Radio's second annual Hoop World Tournament comes to the AV May 22nd and 23rd. Now, that may sound like a long time from now, but think of it like this. The sooner you organize your team and start practicing, the better your chances of winning. 3-on-3 half court, 4-on-4 full court. Teams of all ages, skill levels, and gender are invited to play. And for the individuals with serious hops, don't forget about the slam dunk competition. Maybe your business would like to sponsor a team. For all the information, call 942-1121. The second annual Hoop World Tournament coming in May. 942-1121. The
JetHawks take Cliff McMachen to a 1-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the first inning here in the second game of the doubleheader. Let's give you the Quakes lineup. As Eric Ibar will lead off, he plays shortstop. Reggie Willits will hit second again in game 2. He's in center field.
Mike Napoli be the designated hitter here in the nightcap, and he will hit third. David Gates will be in left field and hit fourth. Greg Porter will play third base and hit fifth. Jared Abruzzo hits sixth at first base. Ryan Buddy does the catching, and he bats number 7. Adam Pankovic makes his first appearance since leaving the game early on Friday after being hit by a pitch. As Ibar bunts the first pitch, D'Antona down to get it, throws to first in time to make the play. Nice play by D'Antona to get the speedy Ibar for the first out. Pankovic, who left the game early on Friday after being hit by a pitch, plays second base, and Rancho Melgarejo bats number 9 today for the Quakes in the second game of the doubleheader. So here's Reggie Willits. Willits was 0 for 1 officially in the first game, but he walked twice, also had a sacrifice bunt, and the only time they got him was when he struck out in the 7th inning. First pitch from McMachen over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Reggie started play today hitting .239. Next pitch from McMachen is up high, 1 ball and 1 strike. He has 3 home runs, but 2 of the 3 home runs that he's hit has come against the JetHawks this year, and he's driven in a total of 19. Here's the 1-1. It misses outside, ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. For McMachen, who's making his first start of the year, he did start a few times last year for the JetHawks, as that pitch outside. Check that is on the corner, I should say, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. McMachen, whose longest relief appearance this year was 3 innings, and he did that on 3 different occasions. The 2-2 pitch misses outside, and now runs the count full 3-2. So you don't expect Cliff to go too deep into the game and only using 1 man out of the bullpen in the first game of the doubleheader today. Certainly Wally has a lot of bullets left at his disposal. 3-2 pitch swung on and missed. So they get Willits, and that'll bring up Mike Napoli. For McMachen, he had not faced the Quakes at all this year. So he's actually still making his first appearance of the year against Rancho. As a first pitch to Napoli swung on and missed. Napoli drew the collar in the first game. He went 0 for 4 in the opener. The 0-1 pitch hit foul back to the screen. Now he's quickly behind 0-2. Napoli fouled out, popped up, grounded out, and struck out. McMachen ready. Here's the 0-2. Stays up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Napoli will see that .333 average go down a bit. After going 0 for 4 in the opener, had a 4-game hitting streak snap, pops the ball up. That'll make the seats on the first base side. And it stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So a few folks still left in the ballpark. Probably about a third or a quarter of what they had for the opener. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Morgan will have to record the out at first base as he throws to Llewellowitz in time for the out. And McMachen strikes out 2 men in the bottom of the first inning and puts the side down in order as they go out 1-2-3. We'll go to the second after 1 inning from Rancho Cucamonga. JetHawks 1, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Got debt? Are creditors harassing you with constant phone calls? Have you recently been hit with a garnishment, lawsuit, or judgment? If you have any of these problems, a bankruptcy may be the solution. Attorney Antico dedicates his law practice exclusively to bankruptcy. While a BK is not a solution for everyone, it may be the one for you. Call Attorney Antico. Toll free 800-227-2947 or log on to bankruptcy.com for a free consultation.
Burns Pharmacy in downtown Lancaster is your one-stop home health care center, and they've been serving the Valley for over 50 years. Sometimes we all need a little helping hand, and Burns Pharmacy has mobility products by Pride and a full selection of bathroom equipment with handles to give us that little extra help that we all need from time to time. Burns Pharmacy at 866 Lancaster Boulevard is the only stop you'll ever need to make. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 9 to 6 on Saturday, or visit their website at www.burnsrxpharmacy.com.
It's positively mind-boggling planning that wedding. But don't worry, you've got the Oasis 1055 Wedding Guide, covering everything from bachelor and bachelorette parties to the reception and honeymoon. Avoid the 6 fundamental mistakes in buying your engagement ring. See how to save big dollars on flowers, food, even the wedding cake. Plus tips on dress, etiquette, and decor. And the best part? The Oasis Wedding Guide is free.
Pick up yours at Antelope Valley Florist, AAA Travel, Tuxedo Station, the Home and Garden Florist, the Desert Inn, Rosanna's Bridal Cottage, and Park Plaza.
Jared Ball leads it off for the JetHawks as we go to the second. The first pitch to Jared misses down and in, ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Ball, who was 1 for 3 in the first game, doubled and scored a run in the first inning. And after that, made out the other 2 times. As the pitch home to Jared popped up on the third base side, Porter down the line, steps back into fair ground and makes the catch for the out. So 1 out as Jared pops up. And we'll bring up Matt Morgan. Morgan doing the catching here in the nightcap. And the opener went 0 for 3. Struck out twice and reached on an error on a ball that was popped up in the infield. Morgan's going to bunt. Great bunt. Shell down to get it. Picks up and throws him out. Nice play by Shell to get off the bump and make the play. And there's 2 outs here in the second. And to bring up Adam Haley. Adam playing in right field today. It's the first time in his career that he started a game in the outfield. He said he played it a bit in spring training. And he played one part of 1 game last year while in South Bend in the outfield as he takes the pitch down low, ball 1. The 1-0 outside, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. In the game last year while playing for South Bend, he pinch hit and stayed in the game in center field in April. And that was the only other time he has played in the outfield in his career. 2-0 pitch is high, ball through. Is it ball 2 or ball 3? I think it's ball 2, I think. Shell ready, comes home again. That one's over for a strike. Anyway, before the doubleheader, before the first game today, Wally was out there hitting fly balls and things to Haley in right field, trying to make him go back on the ball. Adam looked very comfortable out there as the 3-1 pitch is outside, ball 4. So Haley draws a walk in his first at-bat here today. First walk given up by Shell. Remember, he hit a batter in the first inning as well to help set up the run. So 2 outs, man at first base, back to the top of the order again, and Danny Richard, who had an infield hit in the first inning. One of his 2 hits on the afternoon. As they go to Jason Haley with a body flop back into the bag. Richard stole third and then was credited with a steal of home on a double steal in the first inning by the JetHawks. There goes Haley. The pitch outside. Buddy's throw is on a bounce, but in plenty of time. And Haley is out for the 3rd out, and Richard will be back up there when the JetHawks come back up in the 2nd inning. Here, or 3rd inning rather, here in Rancho Cucamonga. We'll go to the bottom of the 2nd. JetHawks 1, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Tom Tim Fuller for Hunter Dodge Chrysler Jeep.
Our Chrysler certified pre-owned vehicles are so nice, it's a shame to have to call them used. They look, drive, and feel brand spanking new, but they're a lot less expensive. I know, we'll call them brand spanking used. Every one of our Chrysler certified brand spanking used vehicles come with an 8-year, 80,000-mile factory-backed powertrain warranty. See us for copies of limited warranty. Plus, Brand spanking used cars go through a grueling 125-point inspection and include 24-hour roadside assistance, car rental allowance, and a Carfax history report. Terms and conditions apply. Save a bundle on nearly new factory-certified cars or trucks and leave with the confidence of knowing you've got the cream of the crop from the only dealership still selling cars in the Antelope Valley for over 60 years. Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep factory-certified brand spanking used vehicles are only available at award-winning 5-star dealership. And around here, that means only at 100 Dodge Chrysler Jeep in Lancaster Automobile.
Clear Channel Radio's second annual Hoop World Tournament comes to the AV May 22nd and 23rd. Now, that may sound like a long time from now, but think of it like this. The sooner you organize your team and start practicing, the better your chances of winning. 3-on-3 half court, 4-on-4 full court. Teams of all ages, skill levels, and gender are invited to play. And for the individuals with serious ops, don't forget about the slam dunk competition. Your business would like to sponsor a team. For all the information, call 942-1121. The second annual Hoop World Tournament coming in May. 942-1121.
So we go to the second inning. Bottom of the second, the JetHawks leading 1-0. They won the opener here. By a 3-2 score. David Gates will lead it off for the Quakes here in the bottom of the second inning. Gates followed by Porter and then Jared Abruzzo. Gates with one hit, one of the 6 hits the Quakes had in the first game here today. As the first pitch swung on and missed. And it's 0-1 as Gates not able to time an off-speed pitch from Cliff McMachen. McMachen, with no record on the year, even though he's making his 15th appearance, has been used in sometimes rather sparing fashion, as he tends to sometimes go quite a ways without appearing in a game. Sometimes as many as 5 or 6 days. As the pitch inside again, ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. In fact, today, as we play here, in the 64th game of the year. Today is only the 15th appearance on the season by McMachen. Pitch over for a strike, and it's now 2-2 on Gates. The 2-2 offering hit foul back to the screen. In the 14 previous appearances coming in, McMachen had only worked in 24 1/3 innings, giving up 13 runs during that time on 28 hits. Allowed 11 earned runs, walked 13 and struck out 24. The 2-2 swung on and missed. He gets another one. That's 3 in a row now. Struck out by Cliff McMachen going back to last inning. So 1 out to bring up Greg Porter. Porter accounted for the 2 runs for the Quakes in the bottom of the 7th inning in game 1 of the doubleheader. Hit a 2-run home run off Justin Wexler in the bottom of the 7th. As he hits the first pitch on the ground wide to first, Brown will feed McMachen coming over. Leads him perfectly to the bag for the out. So it goes 4-1 on the out for Porter, and there's 2 outs. So here now is Jared Abruzzo. Abruzzo, who started today hitting at .307, drew the collar in the first game as he went 0 for 2. And he also walked in the 6th, and one of many left on base in the series by the Quakes is the best way to put it. First pitch a strike, the next pitch breaking ball misses inside, 1-1. It's hard to win when you don't take advantage of the opportunities, but for the Quakes, in the 3 games of the series thus far, have left 31 men on base. The next pitch misses inside. It's now 2-1 on Jared Abruzzo. Now the 2-1 pitch home for McMachen, over for a strike, and it's 2-2. Cliff, born in Las Vegas, still makes his home there
Lives in North Las Vegas now and went to school at Southern Nevada Community College. Off-speed pitch, Abruzzo can't time it and strikes out. That's 2 more strikeouts in the inning and 4 in the game for Cliff McMachen in the first 2 innings of the contest. Cliff sets down the side, 1, 2, 3. We're done with 2 here in game 2 of the double dip from Rancho. We'll go to the third. JetHawks 1, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
The Coors Light Beer Poets present a poem by Ralph.
My foot long is lonely. It needs a beer. Hey, yo, is that a beer vendor coming near? Bringing beer to my nosebleed seat, that was the play of the game. Yeah! I've got a man crush on this vendor, and I say that without shame.
No shame here, Ralph. To you, we raise a Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
You know, everyone deserves a second chance. That's why we keep asking you to recycle your beverage containers. Yeah, it's not always convenient, and it's real easy to make up excuses. But the next time you reach for a bottle that's recyclable, just ask yourself, how will it end up in the recycling bin? With a plastic bottle, I'm thinking right now, jump shot. Please recycle your beverage containers because it's not trash. Sponsored by the City of Lancaster and funded by a grant from the California Department of Conservation.
When you need a solution to pests in and around your home, business, or in the landscape, call Care Pest Solutions. Experience and diversity enables Care Pest Solutions customers to make one call for all of their pest management needs. Why take on the task of pest control yourself when Care Pest Solutions can do it all for you? Mention you heard about us on the radio and receive a $20 discount towards your first service. Care Pest Solutions, the official pest management of the Lancaster JetHawks. Call 951-1843. Our most important service is yours.
We'll go to the third inning. Danny Richard leads it off as the first pitch to Richard off the third base side. That's 0-1. Oh, boy, you can hear some of the things that go on in between the half-inning breaks. Wow. Oh, boy. Here's Richard, who singled, stole second, third, and then came home on another stolen base in the first inning to give the JetHawks the only run of the game off of Shell. As the next pitch misses outside, it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch misses down low, ball 2, 2 balls and 1 strike. Let's just say that it's like open mic night as far as the PA announcer for the Quakes this weekend. Richard hits a one-hopper at the second baseman. Pankovic throws over to first in time for the out. And there's 1 out here in the top of the third, and it'll bring up Neb Brown. Brown, who was hit by a pitch in the first inning and then was the front man in the double steal for the JetHawks when Richard stole home. Then when the throw got away on the bad throw from Ibar, went to the backstop, Neb quickly got to his feet and went to third, but was left standing at third base by the JetHawks in the first inning here tonight. Breaking ball to Neb, over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Brownie is hitting 2 straight after snapping a 4-game hitless streak here in last night. Rolls one wide at first. That's into right field for a base hit. So Neb is now hitting 3 straight. And once again, I'll bring up Connor Jackson. When Connor was up there before, we were talking about looking at his splits between home and road, as Connor now is tied for the team lead in RBIs with 53, has 11 home runs. And Jackson, who has worked his average back up on the road, he was not doing well on the road at all in the first 6 weeks, maybe 2 months of the season, but has really picked it up of late, as he's now hitting a team-high 12 straight games. But so far on the road this year, Connor hitting .291 with 15 RBIs. But all of his 11 home runs that he have been hit at home so far this year. The 0-1. Breaking ball, misses inside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. When you compare his .291 average to the average that he has at home, where Connor is hitting .388, with 11 home runs and 37 runs batted in, and he's reached base safely in every game that he's played at home this year. Remember, he sat out a game, having hurt that wrist in the next to the last game at the hangar. So he's played in 33 and reached base safely in all 33 games. There goes Brown. The pitch, a hit and run play, line to right. Coming up is Mel Guerrejo, makes the play, throw back to first, the throw off line. Backed up by Shell, and Brown able to get back. So Wally starts the runner. Jackson lines out on the hit and run play. And it'll bring up Jamie D'Antona. And Jamie hit his 13th home run of the year in the first game of the doubleheader here today. One of his 2 hits. The solo home run gave Jamie 53 RBIs on the year. So 2 outs. Brown at first, and they're going to go over there, and Shell chases him back. You know, one of the problems the Quakes had in the first couple of games of this series, and they've done it 3 times, actually, twice last night, was the pickoff moves by the pitchers have gotten away. And 3 of the 6 errors the Quakes have made in this series, 7 now, counting the one here in the game here today, as the pitch hit foul off the first base side, and it's 0-1. So 3 of the 7 errors the Quakes have committed have been on bad pickoff throws to first. 0-1 on D'Antona. Outfield straight away against Jamie. David Gates in left field, a little bit deeper than the other 2. The next pitch swung on and missed as Shell tried to bust him in. A little slider that broke back over the plate, and Jamie still couldn't catch up with it. And it's now 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to D'Antona, hit right back to Shell. He'll just run it halfway over to first base, flip it to Abruzzo, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, and 1 left for the JetHawks. As we will go to the bottom of the 3rd, JetHawks 1, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
California Dairy Distributors bring you Altadena Dairy Products, the best in the valley, delivered fresh to your neighborhood stores. Look for the finest premium brand ice cream products, novelties, and milk, pure, wholesome, and good. Guaranteed by farmers to be RBST free. Check with your neighborhood store. If they're not carrying Altadena products, call the California Dairy Distributors at 1-800-600-3164 for the location nearest you. Doesn't a tall glass of ice cold milk sound good? California Dairy Distributors, proud sponsor of the Lancaster JetHawks.
When you need a solution to pests in and around your home, business, or in the landscape, call Care Pest Solutions. Experience and diversity enables Care Pest Solutions customers to make one call for all of their pest management needs. Why take on the task of pest control when Care Pest Solutions can do it all for you? Mention you heard about us on the radio and receive a $20 discount towards your first service. Care Pest Solutions, the official pest management of the Lancaster JetHawks. Call 951-1843. Our most important service is yours.
It's Clear. The best way to purchase tickets to upcoming Clear Channel High Desert events is the Clear Channel High Desert Events line. 1-866-ITS-CLEAR. That's 1-866-487-2532. Purchase tickets from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. From Monster Jam to concerts. The Clear Channel High Desert Events line is the clear way to purchase tickets and get information on all of our upcoming events. 1-866-ITS-CLEAR. 1-866-487-2532. Call now.
Bottom of the 3rd inning, McMachen's retired all 6 that he has faced. And here in the bottom of the 3rd, it'll be the bottom 3rd of the order due up for Rancho. Catcher Ryan Buddy, Adam Pankovitz, and Rancel Melgarejo. All 3 of which did not play in the first game of the doubleheader here this afternoon. Buddy, who played last night and homered here on Saturday, his 6th home run of the year, was the 3rd of the year against Lancaster. Remember, it was Buddy who split the $500 with the lucky fan back at the hangar a couple of weeks ago when he hit the home run off the James Baker real estate billboard in left field. Won himself a cool 250. Hits a ground ball to third. D'Antona has that. Plays across in time to Llewellowitz for the first out. So one out, and here comes Adam Pankovic. Pankovic was hit here the other night around the elbow and left the game on Friday. In fact, as he comes up, he's got those ace bandage type wraps on the elbow to allow him to play. And the first pitch to Pankovic, fastball in the inside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. That led to all kinds of changes for the Quakes on Friday. Then he didn't play last night, and back in here in the second game of the double dip this afternoon. Next pitch swung on and missed. He's out in front of a McMachen breaking pitch, and it's 0-2. So Pankovic hitting .205, no home runs, 8 RBIs. And was 0 for 2, I believe, on Friday night before leaving the game. Takes the pitch outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch on the way stays high. Now the count evens at 2-2. Pankovic was 0 for 1, plus the hit batter, before leaving the game on Friday. As McMachen ready and comes home, the 2-2 offering. Popped up. Morgan doesn't even hazard a look. That's going to be well out of play, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 45:05, the attendance for the doubleheader here on Sunday afternoon. And I'd say at least 3,000 of those folks left after the first game of the doubleheader here this afternoon. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Boy, McMachen pulled the string on him. Comes home with a 65-mile-an-hour changeup that Pankovic was way out in front of and strikes out. That's 5 strikeouts for McMachen already. For Mac, the 5 strikeouts today would be a new season high for him, as that brings up Rancho Melgarejo. Melgarejo, who has come in a couple of times in the series, getting a start here in Game 2 of the doubleheader this afternoon, as the pitch swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Melgarejo played in right field last night, was 0 for 2. With a walk, he hits a ground ball to D'Antona. Jamie has that, plays it across, and Cliff McMachen has gone through the first 3 innings, setting 9 in a row down. 3 up, 3 down for the 3rd inning in a row against Cliff McMachen. We'll go to the 4th. JetHawks 1, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
You have exquisite taste, a profound respect for tradition, a deep appreciation for quality and design. Then there's the other you.
The one who likes bopping around town in your stylish Toyota RAV4. Or the one who loves nothing better than cruising in your smooth-riding Highlander. With room for 7 and an available 230 horsepower V6, you're flat out gone. Is conquering mountains more you? Then hit the road and the off-road in a powerful 245 horsepower 4Runner. Or conquer the world in the ultimate Toyota SUV, the mighty Land Cruiser. The full-size Sequoia's ready to rock too, with room for 8 and a V8.
Yes, with 5 Toyota SUVs to choose from, there's sure to be one that's just right for you.
And the other you. See your Southern California Toyota dealer today. We make it easy. Get the feeling. Toyota.
For more than 84 years, McMahon's furniture stores have been serving the West. At McMahon's, you'll find a store full of famous name brands. Lazy Bookline, Simmons, Serta, RCA, Toshiba, Sharp, Pioneer, and JVC. Frigidaire and Maytag, all at guaranteed low prices. Even your satisfaction is guaranteed. Like it or return it within 30 days. Important reasons to make McMahon's your first stop for home furnishings. McMahon's Furniture Store, 10th Street West at Avenue K4 in Lancaster.
We'll go to the 4th inning. Dan Hubbard back with you from the epicenter in Rancho Cucamonga in the second game of the doubleheader, and Dan Tasca leads it off. First pitch to Dan, hit foul off of the third base side, and it's 0-1. JetHawks up 1-0. They won the first game 3-2 to win their 40th game of the year, as they are now 40-23 on the season. As the pitch to Tasca misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And they are now 6-1 on the 17-game road trip, which everybody had just simply dreaded the whole year. As the pitch outside, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike to Dan Tasca. Of course, this game, the makeup of the rainout game from back in April. Tasca lines one to center. That's going to be in for a hit as he falls in front of Reggie Willits. So a leadoff hit for Tasca here in the 4th. Of course, in the makeup of the doubleheader, everybody realized it had to be today, but certainly the JetHawks, when it was finally decided on, didn't like the idea because it was going to make this long road trip even longer. So here's Sean Llewellowitz with a leadoff man aboard over at first base. Llewellowitz grounded out his first time up. First pitch to Sean, misses down low. When the JetHawks, of course, this is their final visit to Rancho Cucamonga in the first half. The rainout had to be made up before the half had ended. That's why this was really the only option. And it became a little more viable with an off day tomorrow as the half swing by Llewellowitz not able to hold up, and it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Now this is the first doubleheader of the year for the JetHawks, with none actually scheduled during the season. As that one's lined inside third and down toward the bullpen. Gates over to get it. Remember, Tasca lumbering toward third, and Dan will be in there standing up on a double by Sean Llewellowitz. So without a lot of speed on the bases, Tasca goes from first to third on the double down into the corner by Llewellowitz. Runners in scoring position and nobody out. And Ball, Morgan, and Haley will try to pick them up. So here is Jared Ball, who doubled in the first game, went 1 for 3 and popped up to third in his first at-bat here in the nightcap. First pitch home to Jared, lines the ball right back up the middle, base hit to center field. That'll get 1 home. They're going to send Llewellowitz. It'll be a 2-run single for Jared Ball, and the JetHawks lead 3-0. So Jared picks up 2 RBIs to give him 33 on the year, as he picks up both Tasca and Llewellowitz. 3 straight hits here in the inning against Shell. And it'll bring up Matt Morgan. Morgan 0 for 4 on the day in the nightcap, as he hit back to the pitcher. Actually tried to bunt his first time up and was thrown out, and a good play by Shell. And the first pitch misses outside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, the JetHawks winning the first game, as the hit and run play on, as Ball going, the pitch hit foul off the first base side, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The JetHawks are now 5-0 here in Rancho Cucamonga on the year. As they are now 10-2 on the season overall against the Quakes. Pitch hit foul back into the screen, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. That 10-2 mark against Rancho would be the best record overall against any team the JetHawks have played, not only in the Southern Division, but obviously anybody in the league. They've beaten High Desert 9 times. Ground ball to third. That could be 2. They go to second. There's 1. The return throw to first in time for the double play. So a tough day for Morgan gets worse as he hits into the 5-4-3 double play. And there's now 2 outs, and I bring up Adam Haley. Haley walked and was thrown out trying to steal back in the second inning. So they're 10-2 against the Quakes. They're 9-5 on the year against High Desert. First pitch to Haley, over for a strike. They've beaten Inland Empire 8 of 14. And they've played Lake Elsinore 14 times. But the best they could do against the Storm is to split those 14 games, 7. So Lancaster is now 33-20 against the South. The 0-2 inside and hits Haley, and Adam will take his little trot down to first base. So Shell hits his second man of the game, and back to the top of the order in Danny Richard, who has singled, scored a run, and grounded out. Not only that, with the win, the JetHawks are now 5 games over 500 on the road. First pitch to Richard, fastball over for a strike, and it's 0-1. But you roll all those numbers together, and there's only, at this point, 2 numbers that matter as far as the JetHawks are concerned. Ground ball to second. This will end the inning. They'll go to first base in time for the out. Those 2 numbers are 3, the number of games they're ahead of Inland Empire right now, and 5, the magic number to clinch the Southern Division first half championship. JetHawks gone here in the 4th. They get 2 runs. Jared Ball singles in the 2 runs. And we'll go to the bottom of the 4th. JetHawks 3, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Good news, JetHawk fans. First City Credit Union is open to everyone who lives or works in the Antelope Valley. That means you can enjoy great loan and deposit rates, cost-saving checking, and friendly personalized credit union service. Real estate loans, too. Visit our new Lancaster branch at 1103 West Avenue K at the Target Center, or call 877-673-6868. First City, Antelope Valley's Credit Union. Call us at 877-673-6868. Deposits federally insured.
Dr. Mike Tyre with Orthodontist Office in Lancaster and Tehachapi invites you to go out and see the Lancaster JetHawks play ball this. Dr. Tyre, a University of Pacific graduate, received his orthodontics training at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, and is listed in the top 100 Invisalign providers in the nation. Dr. Tyre says there's something exciting about being a baseball fan and something exciting about helping people maintain good-looking, healthy teeth. Dr. Mike Tyre reminds you, if you can't go out and see the JetHawks play, hear the games on AM 1340 KTPI AM.
It's positively mind-boggling planning that wedding. But don't worry, you've got the Oasis 1055 Wedding Guide, covering everything from bachelor and bachelorette parties to the reception and honeymoon. Avoid the 6 fundamental mistakes in buying your engagement ring. See how to save big dollars on flowers, food, even the wedding cake, plus tips on dress, etiquette, and decor. And the best part? The Oasis Wedding Guide is free.
Pick up yours at Antelope Valley Florist, AAA Travel, Tuxedo Station, the Home and Garden Florist, the Desert Inn, Rosanna's Bridal Cottage, and Park Plaza.
Eric Ibar leads it off in the bottom of the 4th for the Quakes, and McMachen ready to go back to work. And the first pitch hit on the ground toward Brown. Neb has that, throws across in time for the out. So 1 out, and that'll bring up Reggie Willits. Ibar 0 for 2 here in the nightcap after going 3 for 4 in the first game of the doubleheader. Willits struck out his first time up. And comes back up here with the Quakes still looking for a base runner. One of the great things about here in Rancho is there's a TV here in the press box. They've had the Angel game all afternoon. As the Angels and the Cubs just can't seem to want to decide a winner down at Angel Stadium this afternoon. As they're playing now in the pitch home to Willits, over for a strike, and it's 1-1. They're playing in the 14th inning in Angel Stadium. Just talking between half innings. Early on in the game, and they brought game today at Angel Stadium, they had a swarm of bees in the ballpark. Bunt up along first, and Llewellyn tries to tag Willits and can't do it, as Reggie able to beat out the bunt, and that's the first hit and first base runner of the game for the Quakes. So Willits with the bunt single, and that'll bring up Mike Napoli. Llewellyn tried to field and get a sweep tag on Willits going by, but he wasn't able to. And Napoli, a strikeout victim in the first inning himself, now comes up with 1 out and 1 on. As McMachen comes home, the first pitch to Napoli over for a strike. So they showed this swarm of bees, and first it was over on the third base side, they said, and not too long after that. There's a TV camera mounted near the screen, the backstop screen at Angel Stadium. And the bees had decided they were going to swarm around this camera as the pitch bounces up there, and it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. And they kept cutting away to the pictures of this camera, and all you could see in front of the camera was just bees buzzing around. And finally, a couple actually landed on the lens and decided they're going to take a rest there as they go to first base, and Willits back to the bag. But then they never showed the bees ever again. What happened to them? Not me. Me and bees don't get along. McMachen ready again. The 1-1 pitch stays high. Ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Bees and snakes. You can have them. Two balls and a strike on Napoli. JetHawks leading 3-0. Outfield straight away against the league's home run leader. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. The JetHawks have worked Napoli not only in, but up and in almost this entire series. And although he did have a home run here on Friday night, they have been able to keep him fairly quiet. 2-2 the count. McMachen coming home with a 2-2 offering. Ground ball. Richard can't get it. It's just out of his reach into left field. Going to third base is Willits, and he is out at third. Connor Jackson throws him out. And Richard still laying on the dirt, now kicking his feet, and he's not getting up. So here comes Adam Wire out to a check on the JetHawks shortstop, as he's laying face down in the dirt. I'm not sure exactly what happened. He kind of dove to try to reach the ground ball. He didn't come within a couple of feet of the ground ball, but whatever happened, he's lying face down in the dirt out there at shortstop and not getting up. And if he can't play, he's not going to be able to. So we're going to have some changes here, as Haley's going to come in and play shortstop. Ball again is going to go over and play right field. So Brandon Simon's going to come in, and he's going to have to go in the leadoff for Richard. He'll go in and play center field. So Richard slowly gets to his feet. I'm not sure if maybe he jammed his shoulder as he's trying to wheel the shoulder around a little bit. And now he's kind of going through a fake swing. But Wally's already made the indication he's going to make changes, so I don't figure he's going to let Richard stay anyway. But Wire still kind of looking at him, and now they started to walk away, and Danny was still standing there, and Wally says, "No, you're done. Come on out." So Richard will leave, put Simon in Richard's spot in the lineup, as Brandon's going to go back out and play center field again. And Ball will go over and play right, and now Haley will come in and play shortstop. So Haley's first career start in the outfield only lasts 3 innings. And Richard will have to leave, and we'll take him right back into the clubhouse and check on that shoulder. And then, of course, with the day off, hopefully he'll be ready to go by the time we get to San Jose. But then Carlos Quinton will be back. So if Haley has to play if Haley has to play shortstop, at least Carlos will be back, and we'll have our full complement of outfielders again. So Simon into center, ball goes to right, and Haley comes in and plays shortstop. And Brandon Simon, who was 0 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader, will now come back in. So there's 2 outs, as Willits was thrown out going to third base by Connor Jackson. That's Connor's second outfield assist of the year. And now hold on a second. I think JetHawks want to go in and get some sunglasses now as well. As Lewelowitz runs over to the dugout and gets a pair of glasses for Nev Brown. Well, they're going to give him the ball. So Jared's the one that needs the specs out there in right field. Jared looking right back into the sun as the sun sets behind the third base side of the stands here at about 10 minutes in front of 6 o'clock Pacific time. You should listen on the tape delay or along the internet live. As here is Mike Napoli. Check that, David Gates, I should say, at the plate. As Napoli singled, and he stands over at first base. Gates takes the first pitch inside, ball 1. David struck out his first time up. McMachen's 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball over for a strike. As again, he changes speeds on the Quakes hitters. And it's now even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Gates, who struck out, had 1 hit in the first game. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's hit in the air toward left. Jackson's got to go back a little bit, but Connor's there and makes the catch, and the inning is over. They finally get to McMachen. They get 2 hits in the inning, but they can't do anything else with it. No runs on 2 hits and 1 left. We're done with 4. We'll move along to the 5th. It's the JetHawks 3, the Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
This is Rodney Jacobson, branch manager with Wells Fargo Home Mortgage. For most people, finding a new home is often the most exciting and easiest part of home buying. But how do you go about choosing a lender? Well, that's easy. With Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, you get all the resources of one of the nation's leading lenders working with you one-on-one in your own neighborhood. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to move up, experienced Wells Fargo Home Mortgage consultants will carefully guide you through their complete selection of mortgage choices. Wells Fargo Home Mortgage also offers flexible down payments and closing options, all designed to get your family into a home today. It's your single source for total home buying, service, and solutions. Call Wells Fargo Home Mortgage in Lancaster today at 945-3682, 945-3682. At Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, we build dreams, not barriers.
Wells Fargo Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender.
It's clear. The best way to purchase tickets to upcoming Clear Channel High Desert events is the Clear Channel High Desert Events line. 1-866-IT'S-CLEAR. That's 1-866-487-2532. Purchase tickets from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. From Monster Jam to concerts. The Clear Channel High Desert Events line is the clear way to purchase tickets and get information on all of our upcoming events. 1-866-IT'S-CLEAR. 1-866-487-2532. Call now.
Ned Brown leads it off for the JetHawks as we go to the 5th. And Phil Avalos goes walking down to the bullpen just in case someone needs to start getting loose here as we go to the 5th inning. And Cliff McMachen has been more than I think Wally Backman could ask for, as the first pitch to Brown is whacked to center, base hit. Well, it's fumbled it for a minute. Brown with a big turn, but will stay at first base with his second hit of the game. So that'll bring up Connor Jackson. Connor 0 for 2 here in the second game of the doubleheader, as he has flown out twice, once to center and once to right. Connor, who was 1 for 3 in the first game, takes a strike, and it's 0-1. So he's 10 for 23 on the road trip. 14 for 45 overall in the year against the Quakes. Ropes one to left, going back, and it is going to be off the wall. To third base is Brown. Jackson will have a double. He's missed his first home run on the road now twice by just a couple of feet in the last 4 days. But he doubles off the fence and extends the hitting streak as he's now hitting 13 in a row. So Brown goes to third, 2 on and nobody out. And now here's Jamie D'Antona. D'Antona 0 for 2, lined out, grounded out. Connor hit that triple in the last game of the series at High Desert that hit just right off the top of the fence and stayed in. And he hit one just below the yellow line in left field that delineates the top of the wall from the upper row of billboards and went as a double. Breaking pitch to D'Antona, misses inside, ball 2. It's 2 balls and no strikes. So the Quakes bring the infield up halfway. The 2-0 pitch to D'Antona, foul. And it's 2 balls and a strike. And Tucson played at home last night. And the game was tied 1-1 in the ninth when Tacoma had back-to-back home runs, ground ball to short. Ibar holds the runners, goes to first in time for the out. That's the first out of the inning. And we'll bring up Dan Tasca with 2 men on. Bucky Jacobson and A.J. Zapp hit back-to-back home runs in the ninth inning to break a 1-1 tie and gave Tacoma a 4-1 win last night at Tucson Electric Park. For Tacoma, it was their 3rd win in a row in the series over Tucson. And the first pitch to Tasca, breaking ball, misses inside, ball 1. What had started out as a pitcher's duel between former Stampede left-hander Travis Blackley and Edgar Gonzalez for Tucson went away fairly quickly in the ninth inning as the pitch to Tasca down low, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the 2-0. Tasca lines it back to center field, a base hit. That'll get 1 home. Here comes Jackson to the plate. The throw comes through, hits the mound, and bounces over his head. Shell not backing up the play, so Tasca goes all the way to second base. Shell was standing in the middle of the infield, and the throw in was not cut off. It hit the mound and bounded all the way over Ryan Buddy's head, and the error on the throw lets Tasca go all the way to second base. So Tasca, with his second hit of the game, drives in 2, gives him 21 ribbies on the year. And then the throwing error allows Tasca to go to second base, and Meacham making that slow, deliberate walk to the mound. Well, the Quakes have a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. Let's see if this is going to be all for Shell or not, as he's given up 5 runs in 4 1/3 innings against the JetHawks here this afternoon. Shell was coming off his first complete game of the year. He'd won 3 straight starts, but had not done very well against the JetHawks this year, as Shell was 0-2 with an ERA of over 5.5 against Lancaster on the year. So here comes the home plate umpire, Bojo Morris, out to the mound to come out and kind of speed things along to see what Meacham has in mind. And he finally says, nope, he's done. I want the pitcher in the bullpen. So a pitching change here for Rancho with 1 out in the top of the 5th.
And the JetHawks leading 5-0 over the Quakes. We'll take a timeout and tell you about the pitcher coming in after this on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Yeah! Woohoo! Good game! Yeah, let's get a little cheering going, people. Come on, people, let's go!
Nice air horn. Well, let me guess, you don't have the SBC Smart Yellow Pages, huh?
Nah, I got this other phone book. Works fine. Not a lot of ads for sporting goods, though.
That would explain that awesome little horn there.
I think it carries well.
For the most complete, reliable information around, look for the SBC Smart Yellow Pages or go to smartpages.com.
Hey, Aquadog, aren't we going to JetHawks Stadium on June 25th?
Yes, Wesley, for Water Awareness Night. And guess who's joining us there? L.A. County Waterworks and Roseman Community Services District.
What for?
Wesley, we're all concerned about water and want everyone to use water wisely and have fun at the game, too.
Oh, yeah, water. Let's have fun. Meet us at JetHawks Stadium June 25th for Water Awareness Night.
You're listening to Lancaster JetHawks Baseball on Community Radio, 1340 AM, KTPI AM Mojave.
It's time again for the 10th Annual Thunder on the Lot. Because of the tremendous support of our valley, last year we donated $150,000 to 14 local charities. Put June 13th on your calendar and come and join us at Desert Sands Park in Palmdale and enjoy a day of live music, a custom car show, huge bike show, food from 6 local restaurants, and many local vendors. Come and join us for a day of fun and help our kids in the Antelope Valley. Call Ron at 265-6000 at Robertson Palmdale Honda. We'll see you there.
Well, the new pitcher in for the Quakes, the right-hander James Carroll. Carroll making his 19th appearance of the year. He's 1-0 again on the season with a 4.32 ERA. He's worked in 25 innings. And for Carroll, he comes in to make his 3rd appearance against the JetHawks with no record. He's worked just in a couple of innings, 3 1/3 to be exact. So he'll pitch to Sean Llewellowitz, and the first pitch to Sean misses inside, ball 1. So Lancaster chases Steve Shell after 4 1/3 innings, and Shell leaves trailing 5-0, so it would certainly appear that his 3-game winning streak is going to come to an end here today, or could possibly have nothing to do with it. As the pitch to Llewellowitz misses inside again, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Casco walks away from second. Carroll ready, comes home with the next pitch to Llewellowitz, over for a strike, and it's 2-1. Sean doubled and scored and grounded out, 1 for 2 in the nightcap. Also had a hit in the first game of the doubleheader as well. 2 balls and a strike. Carroll sets at the letters and comes home. The 2-1 pitch swung on and missed. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Carroll, free agent signee in June of last year by the Angels. He's from Arlington, Texas. He'll be just turned 24 years of age in February. 6 foot, 180-pound right-hander. And the 2-2 offering to Llewellowitz misses inside, runs the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Outfield straight away against Sean. Jared Ball waits his turn on deck. Carroll ready, comes home to Llewellowitz, and the ground ball foul. Shane Reynolds is making another rehab start for the Diamondbacks tonight, as he's facing Tacoma in the final game of that series at Tucson. Reynolds, who has not pitched the big leagues except very early on in the year, as he went down early in April. Next pitch to Llewellowitz, grounded wide of third, cut off by Porter. He'll hold the runner, go to first in time for the second out. So there's 2 outs, and it'll bring up Jared Ball. Jared's popped up and singled home 2 runs here in the game. And Jared, who had 1 hit in the opener,
and with a single here in this game as well. Has hit in 2 straight games. Both games the doubleheader after having a 6-game hitting streak snapped here last night. First pitch home, the ball swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. As for Double-A, well, the Diablos last night went on the road, a road trip to complete the first half of the season in the Texas League. They ran into a hot pitcher in the name of Jeff Francis last night for Tulsa, as Francis fanned 11 over 6 1/3 innings, and Tulsa beat the Diablos last night 3-0 in the opening game of a 4-game series. Pitched a ball in the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike. So with a loss last night, El Paso now 23-39 on the year. As the pitch to Jared, down low again, ball 2, 2 balls and 1 strike. And with the loss, it also snapped El Paso's 4-game winning streak that they had. Carroll ready, looks back at Tasca, comes home to ball, swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. Jesus Cota has hit in 9 straight games for El Paso, as a pitch to balls and on the inside corner, strike 3 called, and Carroll comes in and gets the 2 men that he faces, and the JetHawks are gone here in the 5th. They get 2 runs in the inning, as Dan Tasca singled home the 2 runs, and the JetHawks have opened up a 5-run lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. JetHawks 5, Quakes nothing on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Got debt? Are creditors harassing you with constant phone calls? Have you recently been hit with a garnishment, lawsuit, or judgment? If you have any of these problems, a bankruptcy may be the solution. Attorney Antico dedicates his law practice exclusively to bankruptcy. While a BK is not a solution for everyone, it may be the one for you. Call Attorney Antico, toll free 800-227-2947, or log on to abbankruptcy.com for a free consultation.
Burns Pharmacy in downtown Lancaster is your one-stop home health care center, and they've been serving the Valley for over 50 years. Sometimes we all need a little helping hand, and Burns Pharmacy has mobility products by Pride and a full selection of bathroom equipment with handles to give us that little extra help that we all need from time to time. Burns Pharmacy at 866 Lancaster Boulevard is the only stop you'll ever need to make. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 9 to 6 on Saturday, or visit their website at www.burnsrxpharmacy.com.
It's positively mind-boggling planning that wedding. But don't worry, you've got the Oasis 1055 Wedding Guide, covering everything from bachelor and bachelorette parties to the reception and honeymoon. Avoid the 6 fundamental mistakes in buying your engagement ring. See how to save big dollars on flowers, food, even the wedding cake, plus tips on dress, etiquette, and decor. And the best part? The Oasis Wedding Guide is free.
Pick up yours at Antelope Valley Florist, AAA Travel, Tuxedo Station, the Home and Garden Florist, the Desert Inn, Rosanna's Bridal Cottage, and Park Plaza.
We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. The JetHawks 5 runs on 8 hits. The Quakes no runs on 2 hits. And they've committed 1 error here in the nightcap. And as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, Greg Porter will lead it off. Porter 0 for 1, grounded out, and hits the first pitch foul back into the screen. For Porter, he hit a ground ball to the right side that Llewellowitz couldn't reach. Ned Brown did, and then credit Cliff McMachen for hustling over to cover the bag, and they got Porter 4-1. The 0-1 pitch. Off speed, he's out in front of it, hits it on the ground to Llewellowitz, who slips as he fields it, but still has time to beat Porter to the bag for the first out. So 1 out here in the 5th, and Jared Abruzzo comes up. Jared struck out his first time up tonight, so he's 0 for 1 in the nightcap after going 0 for 2 in the first game of the doubleheader as well. McMachen coming home, and the first pitch is a breaking ball inside, ball one. Just reading the story about the El Paso game last night. Down at the bottom, there's a note that I did not see this. At the pitch over for a strike, and it's 1-1. Apparently, Mayo Bannock Santana was traded by the Diamondbacks to the Cleveland Indians organization here recently. As that pitch over for a strike, and it's now 1-2. The Diamondbacks acquired infielder Todd West in the deal and assigned him to Double-A, and West made his debut at Double-A last night. The ball hit in the air toward left field. Connor comes up, who'll have to play it on a bounce. So Abruzzo has his first hit of the doubleheader with a single to left field with one out here in the bottom of the fifth. It's just the third hit on the day of Cliff McMachen here in the second game of the doubleheader. So here is Ryan Buddy. Ryan grounded out his first time up. 0 for 1 on the day. First pitch to Buddy, swung on and missed. Great pitch by McMachen, hard down and in. And nothing that Buddy could do with it. Swung right through it, and it's 0-1. Also in that game last night in Tulsa, Preston Wilson began a rehab stint with the Drillers. As he started in center field, was batting third in the order. As you remember, Wilson led the National League in RBIs last year with 141 runs driven in. And he's recovering from arthroscopic surgery to his left knee and is expected to play the entire weekend against El Paso. As a pitch hit foul up in the seats on the third base side. It's 1-2 on Ryan Buddy. So a ball and 2 strikes on Buddy. McMachen ready again. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, knocked down by Morgan. 2 balls and 2 strikes. McMachen has struck out 5. Retired the first 10 men that he faced in the game here today. As down in the bullpen for the JetHawks, Jared Liebeck throws, just in case McMachen gets in any trouble. The 2-2. Just missed inside, runs the count full. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes. So with 1 out, down by 5, it's doubtful they would start Abruzzo. But we'll keep an eye on him nonetheless. As McMachen ready, he does not go. The 3-2 pitch hit foul. Right back here, again off the facing of the stadium and all the way back down below. So again, the count will stay full as they'll re-rack and do it all again. So McMachen ready again. Again, let's keep an eye on Abruzzo over at first. Again, not running. And the pitch is outside, ball 4. So a single and a walk. 2 men on and 1 out. Jason Bolger goes jogging down to the bullpen as Wally Backman goes down to look at his lineup card. And that'll bring up Adam Pankovic. So 2 on for the Quakes. Second time today they've had 2 men on base at the same time here against McMachen. As Pankovic hits the first pitch in the air skyward into short center. Brown or Haley. It'll be Haley to make the catch as the infield fly rule is called for the second out. So now there's 2 outs, and McMachen out a way of getting out of the jam. And that'll be the number 9 hitter, Rancho Melgarejo. Melgarejo 0 for 1 as he grounded out. Melgarejo, who's not going to be 23 until right at the end of the year. It came up last year and played a lot the second half of the season last year in center field, but not getting as much playing time this year as he seemed to last year. As today, in the second game of the doubleheader is just Melgarejo's 44th game of the year. As he hits the pitch foul back into the screen. That's 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 on Melgarejo. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, and the JetHawks trying to sweep the doubleheader and the 4-game series from the Quakes. Good pitching performance by Bass in the opener here today, and now McMachen nearly matching it. The 1-1 pitch is popped up. That'll make the seats back here behind home plate. And that hit right over by the Bass family here enjoying the game. The 1-2 pitch hit on the ground toward the hole. Haley makes the play, goes to second, not in time, and the bases are loaded. Adam had one play after diving and smothering the ball in the hole. That was trying to get a force out at second, which they couldn't do. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs against Cliff McMachen. And they'll go back to the top of the order, and Eric Ibar due up. So an infield hit for Melgarejo loads the bases. It's 4 hits now off of Cliff McMachen, but the 4 hits have been in the last 2 innings. And here is Eric Ibar as we go back to the top of the order. So the Bass family out here from Huntsville, Alabama, got to see Adam throw a second outstanding start since they've been out here, as he picked up his second win in a row to go to 5 in opening game of the doubleheader here today. As the first pitch to Ibar is outside, ball 1. They want to know if Liebeck's ready down in the bullpen, as he says he is, just in case they need to go to him. As Ibar whacks one to left field, base hit. Jackson comes up throwing. They'll hold Buddy at third base, and it's 5-1. So Ibar singles in a run as Abruzzo scores, and that apparently is going to be all for Cliff McMachen, as Wally Backman now heads to the mound. So they got 4 2/3 out of Cliff, which I think would be certainly more than expected by the pitching by Wally Backman and Dan Carlson. Got him plenty of offense behind him, and the 4 2/3, the longest outing of the year for Cliff and his only start here in 2004 thus far, as he will leave. New pitcher coming in for the JetHawks. Back with more after this. Tell you about the new pitcher on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Tom and Tim Fuller for Hunter Dodge Chrysler Jeep.
Our Chrysler certified pre-owned vehicles are so nice, it's a shame to have to call them used. They look, drive, and feel brand spanking new, but they're a lot less expensive. I know, we'll call them brand spanking used. Every one of our Chrysler certified brand spanking used vehicles come with an 8-year, 80,000-mile factory-backed powertrain warranty. See us for copies, limited warranty. Plus, brand spanking used cars go through a grueling 125-point inspection and include 24-hour roadside assistance, car rental allowance, and a Carfax history report. Terms and conditions apply. Save a bundle on nearly new factory-certified cars or trucks and leave with the confidence of knowing you've got the cream of the crop from the only dealership still selling cars in the Antelope Valley for over 60 years. Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep factory-certified brand spanking used vehicles are only available at award-winning 5-star dealership. And around here means only at Hunter Dodge Chrysler Jeep in Lancaster Automall.
Clear Channel Radio's second annual Hoop World Tournament comes to the AV May 22nd and 23rd. Now, that may sound like a long time from now, but think of it like this. The sooner you organize your team and start practicing, the better your chances of winning. 3-on-3 half court, 4-on-4 full court. Teams of all ages, skill levels, and gender are invited to play. And for the individuals with serious hops, don't forget about the slam dunk competition. Maybe your business would like to sponsor a team. For all the information, call 942-1121. The second annual Hoop World Tournament coming in May. 942-1121.
So Jared Liebeck comes in out of the bullpen to make his 4th appearance. And Liebeck no record and pitched 2 innings here the other night and gave up just 1 hit without giving up a run. So Jared says he's ready with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th and the bases loaded. And Reggie Willits coming to the plate actually represents the tying run. The bad news is for Cliff is he doesn't go far enough to qualify for a win. Even though it's a 7-inning game, the starting pitcher still has to go 5. But he leads, going 4 2/3, giving up 5 hits. 1 run thus far, but the men out on base paths still belong to him. And now Morgan's going to go out and get together with Liebeck for a minute to talk about signs and things. McMachen walked 1 in his 4 2/3 innings of work and struck out 5. So here's Liebeck to work on Willits. As the first pitch to Reggie misses inside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. So the switch hitter now turns around from the left side against the right-hander Liebeck. Outfield straightaway, medium deep against Willits. And the 1-0 is high. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Willits struck out, singled, and then was thrown out trying to go to third base on the single by Mike Napoli. That was the play that Dan Richard apparently had jammed his shoulder on and had to leave. Ground ball wide of first and foul. And it goes to 2-1 on Willits, and everybody will have to come back. With the exception of Buddy at third base, there's plenty of speed on the base paths for the Quakes, with no Guerrejo at second and Ibar over at first. Remember, Ibar leads the league in stolen bases, so you know he's fast. And now they're going to exchange baseballs, as Liebeck didn't like the feel of that one. And we'll get a new ball before coming home with a 2-1 offering to Reggie Willits. Willits walked a couple of times in the opener, was 0 for 1 officially. He also had a sacrifice bunt in the game. Ground ball to second. Brown will have that. Skip step over to first in time for the out, and the Quakes leave the bases loaded. They've left 4 here in the second game of the doubleheader here this afternoon, as they have to settle for just the 1 run on 3 hits. And they leave the bases loaded. So we'll go to the 6th. JetHawks 5, Quakes 1 on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
The best value just around the corner. Penny Saver.
You know the Penny Saver is California's best application, reaching more homes than the top 10 newspapers in California combined. But did you know the Penny Saver features Career Mart with jobs right in your neighborhood? Why commute when the best career may be just around the corner? Office work, sales, security, drivers, warehouse, customer service, and career education from local schools are all in the Penny Saver. And when you get the job you've been looking for, don't forget to celebrate by ordering a pizza with a coupon you'll find in the Penny Saver. The Penny Saver, where the best values are just around the corner, and PennySaverUSA.com, where the best values are just a click away.
The best value are just around the corner. Penny Saver.
Check Penny Saver's Career Mart section.
It's positively mind-boggling planning that wedding. But don't worry, you've got the Oasis 1055 Wedding Guide, covering everything from bachelor and bachelorette parties to the reception and honeymoon. Avoid the 6 fundamental mistakes in buying your engagement ring. See how to save big dollars on flowers, food, even the wedding cake, plus tips on dress, etiquette, and decor. And the best part? The Oasis Wedding Guide is free.
The Oasis Wedding Guide is also brought to you in part by Rancho Riveri Almonds, Visual Media Imaging, and the Imperial Palace.
Well, through 5 innings in the second game of the doubleheader, the JetHawks 5 runs on 8 hits. The Quakes a run on 5 hits, and they have committed 1 error. So you can close the book now on McMachen, as Cliff goes 4 2/3, gives up just the 1 run on 5 hits, walks 1 and strikes out 5, but will not figure in the decision. So as we go here to the 6th, Matt Morgan leads it off for the JetHawks. It'll be Morgan, Haley, then back to the top of the order, and Brandon Simon, who will come up for his first at-bat on the afternoon after replacing who left with an injured shoulder. So here's Morgan. The first pitch to Matt, lying down the right field line, slicing into the corner, foul, and into the JetHawk bullpen. Avalos did a little bob and weave to get out of that ball coming at him down there. As I think looking back into the sun, I'm not sure if Phil saw it until it hit the ground. So 0-1 on Morgan, who's had a tough day. 0 for 3 in the first game when he was the DH, struck out twice, reached on an error. And here in the nightcap, when he's behind the plate, he's hit back to the pitcher and hit into a double play. So 0 for 5 on the afternoon is Morgan. And the next pitch from Carroll, breaking pitch, misses inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Outfield straight away against Matt, and the 1-1. It's hit just over the head of Ibar into left field for a base hit. So Morgan has his first hit of the day. He leads off the 6th inning with a single. And it'll bring up Adam Haley. Haley, without an official at-bat, although he's been on base twice, he walked, and last time up was hit on the foot by a pitch from Quakes starter Steve Shell. Haley's going to bunt. Bunts it in the air, but it's going to fall foul just before Porter can get to it. And it's 0-1. So Wally would like to play for 1 run to get back up by 5 runs again. You certainly want to make sure you're up by at least 4. The old adage, you don't want him if you want a grand slam, will not beat you. As Haley again is going to bunt, bunts it foul. Again over by the Quakes dugout as he's unable to get the bunt down. It's now 0-2. So 0-2 on Haley. Nobody out, top of the 6th. JetHawks leading 5-1. Again, Carroll comes home with a breaking pitch. And that one's in the dirt. Nice save by Ryan Buddy, the catcher here in the game 2 of the doubleheader. And it goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes on Haley. Again, the 1-2 fastball high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 on the JetHawks shortstop. There goes Morgan. The pitch hit foul, the hit and run play. As Haley hits the ball off the third base side. And that too will become a souvenir as the guy's giving chase. And down in the bullpen for the JetHawks, Jared Doyle playing catch down there now. That indicates a change in the rotation. Ground ball to third. Porter goes to second, gets an out there, but that's all they'll get. Porter gets the lead man as Haley hits into the 5-4 fielder's choice. It could be that Doyle just getting a little work in down there, but you never know. Brandon Simon will now come up for the first time. Simon replaced Danny Richard after he hurt a shoulder trying to make a play on a ball in the hole. And Richard had to leave, probably more precautionary more than anything else, as the first pitch to Simon misses outside, ball 1. Simon, in the first game of the doubleheader, was 0 for 3. Next pitch on the inside corner for a strike, and it's now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Haley at first base with 1 out. Next pitch to Simon again, misses inside. Ball 2, 2-1. So on this Sunday, the JetHawks playing their first doubleheader of the year, making up the rainout from back in April here. There goes Haley. The pitch swung on and hit foul. So Simon hits the ball foul, goes to 2-2. And coming back to first base is Haley. And if they can win the nightcap, they would not only take both ends of the doubleheader, but they would sweep the 4-game series from the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes and go to 6-0 at the epicenter this year. 2-2 pitch, again hit foul. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Everybody looking over to Wally Bankman over there at third base, as it stays a 2-2 count. Next pitch home to Simon. That's ripped into right field. That's a base hit. Haley's going to keep on going to third base, and the JetHawks will have runners at the corners with 1 out for the 6th. As Simon delivers his first hit of the afternoon. And with runners at the corners, it'll bring up Neb Brown. Brown with 2 hits, plus he was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He's been on base 3 times here in the nightcap. Brown, who had 1 hit in the opener of the doubleheader earlier this afternoon. So Carroll in a spot of trouble comes home to Brown. The first pitch is hammered to center field. Back goes Willits, and he leaps and can't make the catch. It's off the wall. Haley will score. They'll hold Simon at third on an RBI double off the center field fence by Neb Brown. And it's 6-1 JetHawks, and for Neb, it's his 3rd hit of the game. Neb picks up his 31st RBI, and 2 men on and only 1 out. Now here is Connor Jackson. Jackson, who's now hit in 12 straight, that's the team high for the year, as he is 1 for 3 here in the nightcap, as he went 1 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader as well. First pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. So Connor is now 11 for 26 on the road trip. He pulls it foul just behind the heels of Brandon Simon, and it's 0-2. He also has 15 at-bats, 48 at-bats on the year now against Rancho as well. Came into the game hitting .310 against the Quakes and .341 against the league. 0-2 on Jackson. Carroll ready, the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed as Connor swings and comes up empty. He can't believe he missed the pitch, but he strikes out for the 2nd out of the inning. That'll bring up Jamie D'Antona, who's 0 for 3 here in the 2nd game of the doubleheader. And Jamie, who had 2 hits, including a home run in the first game, is up there with a 9-game hitting streak on the line. The first pitch to D'Antona is over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Jamie's lined out, hit back to the pitcher, grounded out to short. The 0-1 pitch misses inside, 1-1. A run home for the JetHawks here at the top of the 6th. They lead at 6-1. Carroll ready again. Now comes home with a 1-1 pitch to D'Antona. The breaking ball stays inside again. And it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Simon walking down the line from third. Brown away from second. The pitch to D'Antona is cued foul over by the JetHawk dugout where Danny Richard picks it up. So Danny must not be hurting too bad. He's at least back out in the dugout and leaning on the dugout railing. So it's now 2-2 on D'Antona. Carroll ready again. Now comes home. The 2-2 offering. Look out inside. They ask no swing, and Jamie just does get out of the way of it. Now the count is full, 3-2. So Carroll goes as far as he can go with D'Antona. Another pitcher throwing in the bullpen for the Quakes. First base open with Dan Tasco waiting on deck. Carroll's 3-2 pitch on the way is on the corner. Strike 3 called. Jamie throws the bat and the helmet away, and the JetHawks are gone here in the top of the 6th. But they get 1 run on 2-3 hits, and they leave 2 men on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. JetHawks 6, Quakes 1 on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
American Medical Response is a proud sponsor of JetHawks Baseball. Each year, they strive to show their support in this great community through several different projects. Their service vision of patient-focused, customer-centered, and caregiver-inspired clearly states their intent to be the leader in ambulance transportation. Thanks to the hundreds of AMR employees who day in and day out help maintain the safety of all citizens in the Antelope Valley. American Medical Response, Antelope Valley's ambulance company. You know, everyone deserves a second chance. That's why we keep asking you to recycle your beverage containers. Yeah, it's not always convenient, and it's real easy to make up excuses. But the next time you reach for a bottle that's recyclable, just ask yourself, how will it end up in the recycling bin? With a plastic bottle, I'm thinking right now, jump shot. Please recycle your beverage containers because it's not trash. Sponsored by the City of Lancaster and funded by a grant from the California Department of Conservation.
It's time again for the 10th Annual Thunder on the Lot. Because of the tremendous support, last year we donated $150,000 to 14 local charities. Put June 13th on your calendar and come and join us at Desert Sands Park in Palmdale and enjoy a day of live music, a custom car show, huge bike show, food from 6 local restaurants, and many local vendors. Come and join us for a day of fun and help our kids in the Antelope Valley. Call Ron at 265-6000 at Robertson Palmdale Honda. We'll see you there.
Mike Napoli leads it off here in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Quakes. As Napoli, with 1 hit and 2 at-bats here this afternoon, faces Jared Liebeck for the first time. As he hits the ball in the air to high in the air to left field. Jackson going back at the wall, gone. Napoli hits a solo home run. The Quakes get that run right back. For Napoli, it's his league-leading 17th of the year. His 2nd home run of the series. And it's now 6-2. And Jared Doyle starts to work a little bit more with a little bit more intent down in the bullpen, like he is to come in and pitch. So that'll bring up David Gates. Gates hits that first pitch in the air toward left. Jackson's there, makes the catch on that. So 2 pitches and a home run and an out. As Gates flies out, and that'll bring up Greg Porter. Porter's grounded out twice. Hitting the ball on the ground to the right side both times. Homered with in the bottom of the 7th inning in the first game of the doubleheader. The only two runs the Quakes scored in the first game here today. Takes the first pitch, a breaking ball over for a strike, and it's 0-1. So 0-1 on Porter. As he hits the ball on the ground, that's into right field for a base hit. Second hit of the inning off of Jared Liebeck. Liebeck will now face Jared Abruzzo, who singled and scored back in the 5th. 6-2 JetHawks, bottom of the 6th inning with one out. So here is Abruzzo, 1 for 2. JetHawks look for a double play ground ball in the infield, and the first pitch to Abruzzo. He's out in front of it. And it's 0-1. A little bit of an anniversary on this date. It was on this date in 1948. It was Babe Ruth Day, they called it, at Yankee Stadium. It was actually the silver anniversary of the opening of Yankee Stadium. As the pitch to Abruzzo misses, and it's 1 ball with 1 strike. With members of the 1923 team, the first team to play in Yankee Stadium in attendance. The breaking ball over for a strike, and it's 1-2. It was also the day that they officially retired the Babe Ruth's number 3 that day in Yankee history. The 1-2 pitch, off speed, swung on and missed for the second out. As Abruzzo way out in front of an off-speed pitch from Jared Liebeck. Now that'll bring up Ryan Buddy with 2 outs and a man at first base. Buddy's grounded out and walks. Doyle now sits down, and Jesus Silva goes down and starts to play catch down in the bullpen for the JetHawks. As the first pitch is up and in, ball 1. Well, it could be that just the starters are getting in a little bit of work down in the bullpen with the off day coming up. And I think Enrique Gonzalez will pitch the first game in San Jose on Tuesday. So it's still a couple of days before everybody else gets to pitch again. So we're getting a little side work in down in the bullpen just so it's not quite so long between starts. Liebeck goes to 2-0 against Ryan Buddy. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses up 3 balls and no strikes. Pete Rose collected his 4,000th hit on this date in 1983, doubled off of Philadelphia Philly pitcher Jerry Koosman. Montreal beat the Phillies 5-1 at Olympic Stadium as Liebeck goes to first base to keep Greg Porter close over there. As he pitch over for a strike, and it's now 3-1. On this date in 1994, Ryan Sandberg called it a career, walked away from a $16 million contract with the Cubs. Just wasn't able to do it anymore. The 3-1 pitch lifted toward left. That's going to fall in front of Jackson. Porter will stop at second base. And Buddy has his first hit of the game. That's the 3rd hit of the inning off of Jared Liebeck. And that'll bring up Adam Pankovic. With runners at first and second, the Quakes get another man on base. They'll be able to bring the tying run to the plate once again. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. And you know Backman's trying to get away without using his closer again here today. as Jason Bolger recorded saves in the first 2 games of the series. Didn't have to use them in game 1, as the first pitch to Pankovic hit foul. Again, all the way back down below after it hits the facing of the stadium and all the way back downstairs. It's 0-1. Also, the triple play return at Dodger Stadium happened on this date in 1998. As a little check swing floater and foul ground, and it's 0-2. That triple play turned in by the Dodgers. Darren Dreifert, Eric Young, Jose Vizcaíno, and Bobby Bonilla. So 0-2 on Pankovic. Liebeck's 0-2 offering. Again, a little check swing pop-up. This one will end up in the netting out of the reach of Matt Morgan. And again, it stays at 0-2. For only the 4th time in Major League history, teammates hit back-to-back home runs in consecutive innings. It was on this date in 1998 when Javi Lopez and Andrew Jones accomplished the feat for the Braves, as they went back-to-back in 2 straight innings. Yeah, I guess that is a feat, isn't it? Liebeck ready again, sets at the belt, looks back at second. The 0-2 pitch is a ground ball towards short, cut off by D'Antoni. He'll go across the diamond in time, and the inning is over. Quakes get a run on 3 hits. Mike Napoli hits his league-leading 17th home run of the year. And we'll go to the 7th from the epicenter. JetHawks 6, Quakes 2 on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
American Medical Response is a proud sponsor of JetHawks Baseball. Each year, they strive to show their support in this great community through several different projects. Their service vision of patient-focused, customer-centered, and caregiver-inspired clearly states their intent to be the leader in ambulance transportation. Thanks to the hundreds of AMR employees who day in and day out help maintain the safety of all in the Antelope Valley. American Medical Response, Antelope Valley's ambulance company. You know, everyone deserves a second chance. That's why we keep asking you to recycle your beverage containers. Yeah, it's not always convenient, and it's real easy to make up excuses. But the next time you reach for a bottle that's recyclable, just ask yourself, how will it end up in the recycling bin? With a plastic bottle, I'm thinking right now, jump shot. Please recycle your beverage containers because it's not trash. Sponsored by the City of Lancaster and funded by a grant from the California Department of Conservation.
It's time again for the 10th Annual Thunder on the Lot. Because of the tremendous support of our valley, last year we donated $150,000 to 14 local charities. Put June 13th on your calendar and come and join us at Desert Sands Park in Palmdale and enjoy a day of live music, a custom car show, huge bike show, food from 6 local restaurants, and many local vendors. Come and join us for a day of fun and help our kids in the Antelope Valley. Call Ron at 265-6000 at Robertson Palmdale Honda. We'll see you there.
We'll go to the 7th inning. The JetHawks leading 6-2. The Quakes again go to the bullpen, and Vaughn Strutzbach comes in to hold the JetHawks right where they're at a 4-run advantage, and trying to get his team back up in the bottom of the 7th inning. 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors today for the JetHawks in the second game of the doubleheader. 2 runs on 8 hits for the Quakes. They've committed 2 errors this afternoon. As we're ready to go to work here in the 7th inning. Dan Tasca, Sean Lewolowitz, and Jared Ball do up for manager Walkman here in the 7th inning. And the JetHawks winning the first game, knocked the magic number down to 5, trying to get it down to 4, and even possibly lower before they leave for San Jose on Tuesday morning. First pitch to Tasca. This is, I should say, over for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Tasca misses again on the outside corner. Wow. Strike zone getting a little wide here in the 7th inning. As Taskett has the breaking pitch called the strike. And it's 0-2. Sturtzbach's 0-2 pitch misses outside. As it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes against Taskett. 1-2 against Dan. Sturtzbach's 1-2 offering is hit. That is a foul ball just wide of the line along the left field side as Taskett has tried to steer one into left field rather, and hit it just wide of the line. So it stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 on Taskett as he climbs back in. The 1-2 offering on the way is swung on and missed as Taskett strikes out to open up here in the top of the 7th. So with 1 out, that'll bring up Sean Lewelowitz. Lewelowitz doubled, scored a run, and twice has grounded out to the third baseman Porter here in the nightcap. Sean 1 for 2 in the first game today. And the first pitch, a breaking ball over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Off day tomorrow in San Jose on Tuesday. We'll talk to you with the Burns Pharmacy pregame show on Tuesday starting at 6:45 from Municipal Stadium. As the next pitch over for a strike again, and it's 0-2. Now the 0-2 pitch to Lewelowitz. Swung on and missed as Lewelowitz strikes out. Second out here in the top of the 7th. And that'll bring up Jared Ball with 1 hit today. He's picked up 2 runs and also had a hit in the first game, so he's 2 hits overall on the afternoon. As he's hit in both games of the doubleheader after having a 6-game streak snapped here last night. And the first pitch to Jared over for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Jared, that's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jesus Silva still throwing down in the bullpen. I doubt he's going to be coming in. I wouldn't think, is he? But now he's headed in toward the dugout, however, so maybe he is. One and 2 on ball. The 1-2 on the way. Lifted foul off the third base side. And the count stays at 1-2. So Silva walking back to the dugout like he may be coming in to pitch here in the bottom of the 7th inning. As the pitch to Ball is on the outside corner, it's a called third strike, and Jared strikes out. And the inning comes to an end as Von Sturtzbach comes in and punches the side out in order. The JetHawks go 1-2-3 for the first time in the nightcap of the doubleheader. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. JetHawks up by 4. Lancaster 6, the Quakes 2 on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
You know, the goal of baseball is to get home quickly. The last thing you want to see is some player lollygagging around third when there's going to be a close play at the plate. Well, Farmer John feels the same way about ham, bacon, sausage, and hot dogs. You know all of Farmer John's products are made fresh right here in the Southland. That way they get to home as quickly as possible, and it's just a short slide into the plate. That's your plate at home, not home plate. Get fresh. Get Farmer John.
Good news, JetHawk fans. First City Credit Union is open to everyone who lives or works in the Antelope Valley. That means you can enjoy great loan and deposit rates, cost-saving checking, and friendly personalized credit union service. Real estate loans, too. Visit our new Lancaster branch at 1103 West Avenue K at the Target Center or call 877-673-6868. First City, Antelope Valley's Credit Union. Call us at 877-673-6868. Deposits federally insured.
It's positively mind-boggling planning that wedding. But don't worry, you've got the Oasis 1055 Wedding Guide, covering everything from bachelor and bachelorette parties to the reception and honeymoon. Avoid the 6 fundamental mistakes in buying your engagement ring. See how to save big dollars on flowers, food, even the wedding cake, plus tips on dress, etiquette, and decor. And the best part? The Oasis Wedding Guide is free.
The Oasis Wedding Guide is also brought to you in part by Rancho Riveri Almonds, Visual Media Imaging, and the Imperial Palace.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and indeed Jesus Silva does come in to pitch. Silva, who was a closer all of last year at Double-A, will make his first appearance out of the bullpen here for the JetHawks. As Silva will work to Rancho Melgarejo. And then back to the top of the order, Eric Ibar and Reggie Willits with the JetHawks up by 4, 6-2 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. So Melgarejo, 1 for 2. Did not play in the first game of the doubleheader here today. And the first pitch from Silva over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Silva, who in his 13th appearance and the first one out of the bullpen, the pitch to Melgarejo popped up. Morgan coming over to take a casual look, but he's not going to have a play, and it's 0-2. 4-1 is Jesus. Picked up a win here on Friday night. As he went to 4-1 and a 5.08 earned run average. With the 0-2 pitch on the way to Melgarejo, that one's hit in the air again. This one is playable, however, for Morgan in foul ground. Matt makes the catch for the first out. So 1 out here in the 7th. And that'll go back to the top on Eric Ibar with 1 hit here in the second game of the doubleheader, where he's 1 for 3. Was 3 for 4 in the first game today. And Ibar also picked up an RBI here in the second game of the doubleheader. And hits the first pitch foul up along the first base side, and it's 0-1. No balls and 1 strike on Ibar. Outfield straight away against Derek Steinman, maybe a few steps over into right center, or left center rather. The next pitch to Melgarejo misses upstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Next pitch from Silva, again misses, 2-2, 2-1. So Tommy Jones here in attendance today. Could be part of the reason why Silva's working out of the bullpen to see if they want to move him back to the pen or not. And again, that ball popped up right straight up in the air. D'Antona down the line makes the catch for the second out. So 2 outs on a couple of pop-ups. And that'll bring up Reggie Willits with 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Silva, remember, was 5-4 with 3 saves last year in 55 appearances at Double-A. Had 14 saves in Missoula in the Rookie League in 2001. Had 12 as a member of the JetHawks in 2002. Willits is going to bunt, pushes it up along the third base side. It goes foul, and it's 0-1. So 0-1 the count on Willits. Silver Rocks comes home again with the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be looped at Haley, and Adam had to go under his glove. Going to go pick it up as well as with a big turn, and now heads back to first base. They throw in behind him for Reggie able to get back. That's going to go as an error on Adam Haley, the first error of the game, charged to the JetHawks. And it's going to extend the inning and allow Mike Napoli to come back up. So the first error of the game against Lancaster. They committed one in the opener of the doubleheader today as well. And here's Michael Napoli, and the first pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Napoli hit his second home run of the series his last time up. The fortunate part for the JetHawks, I guess, is that there was nobody on, that each time he took one out. Hit a solo home run in the first inning here on Friday, and hits that pitch foul back into the screen, and it's 0-2. So Napoli, who went 0 for 4 in the opener, now with 66 RBIs and his 17 home runs, which both lead the league. 0-2 on Napoli. Silva ready, the 0-2 pitch. It's up and in, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So it's 1-2. And the JetHawks trying to dispatch of the Quakes and sweep the doubleheader and the 4-game set. Now the 1-2 pitch. Inside corner, strike 3 called, the ball game is over. As Napoli can't believe it, but Bojo Morris punches him out, and the JetHawks win the nightcap by the score of 6-2. So the JetHawks sweep the doubleheader. They knock the magic number down to at least 4, depending on what Inland Empire does tonight. It could go down even lower before they take the field in San Jose on Tuesday. The JetHawks are off tomorrow. Inland Empire is not, however, as they will be opening a series with the Lake Elsinore Storm at Arrowhead Credit Union Park tomorrow night. And the Mavericks come here to take on the Quakes tomorrow, starting to open a 4-game series as well. So the JetHawks win this one by the score of 6-2. They sweep the series and the doubleheader from the Quakes. We'll come back to the final totals of winning and losing pitchers after this on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Got debt? Are creditors harassing you with constant phone calls? Have you recently been hit with a garnishment, lawsuit, or judgment? If you have any of these problems, a bankruptcy may be the solution. Attorney Antico dedicates his law practice exclusively to bankruptcy. While a BK is not a solution for everyone, it may be the one for you. Call Attorney Antico. Toll free 800-227-2947 or log on to avbankruptcy.com for a free consultation.
When you have a non-life-threatening injury or illness, you want treatment today. Quartz Hill Walk-In can help. No appointment is necessary, and you'll always see a board-certified physician when you visit. Their medical staff is trained in internal medicine, family practice, and emergency medicine. Quartz Hill Walk-In is open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the weekends. Quartz Hill Walk-In is on the corner of 50th Street West and L8, or call 943-6455. That's 943-6455. Some things never change. S&H, for instance, after 20 years, still means selection and service. With the best names in the business like Broyhill, Flexhill, Pulaski, and Sealy. The dedicated staff at S&S knows where to look for the style and price range you want. So buying furniture is never a gamble, it's a sure thing at S&S Home Furnishings, where easy financing is yours on approved credit. S&S Home Furnishings, downtown Lancaster, on Lancaster Boulevard next to B of A.
Well, the JetHawks win the nightcap of the doubleheader by the score of 6-2. 6 runs on 11 hits and 1 error for the JetHawks. For the Quakes, 2 runs on 8 hits. They commit 2 errors in the nightcap of the doubleheader. As Jared Liebeck in relief picks up the win. He's 1-0 now with the JetHawks. as Cliff McMachen turned in an impressive 4 2/3, but unfortunately wasn't around long enough to qualify for the win as he comes up a third of an inning short. The loss today will go to Steve Shell, who now is 6-3 on the year. Time of the second game, 2 hours and 8 minutes. And the attendance for the doubleheader this afternoon, 4,505, as the JetHawks knock 2 off the magic number. It's down to 4. And depending on what's happening over at the Arrowhead Credit Union Park, it could be even lower than that. The JetHawks, of course, off tomorrow, then play on Tuesday up in San Jose. The JetHawks sweep the 4-game series. They are now 7-1 through the first 8 games of this franchise record 17-game road trip that they are currently on. So the JetHawks sweep the doubleheader. This is Dan Hubbard speaking to you from the Epicenter in Rancho Cucamonga, inviting you to come back and stay tuned for the post-game show, which is coming up next here on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
Lancaster JetHawks Baseball 2004 is brought to you in part by with a complete line of cars and trucks. Toyota, what a feeling. By First City Credit Union. They are the Antelope Valley's credit union. By RE/MAX All-Pro. Nobody sells more homes in the Antelope Valley than RE/MAX All-Pro. By Hunter Dodge and the Lancaster Auto Center. And by Farmer John. Made fresh right here in the Southland. Get fresh, get Farmer John. Now stay tuned for the JetHawks postgame show coming up next on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.
This is Rodney Jacobson, branch manager with Wells Fargo Home Mortgage. For most people, finding a new home is often the most exciting and easiest part of home buying. But how do you go about choosing a lender? Well, that's easy too. With Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, you get all the resources of one of the nation's leading lenders working with you one-on-one in your own neighborhood. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to move up, experienced Wells Fargo Home Mortgage consultants will carefully guide you through their complete selection of mortgage choices. Wells Fargo Home Mortgage also offers flexible down payments and closing options, all designed to get your family into a home today. It's your single source for total home buying service and solutions. Call Wells Fargo Home Mortgage in Lancaster today at 945-3682, 945-3682. At Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, we build dreams, not barriers.
Wells Fargo Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender.
Good news, JetHawk fans. First City Credit Union is open to everyone who lives or works in the Antelope Valley. That means you can enjoy great loan and deposit rates, cost-saving checking, and friendly personalized credit union service. Real estate loans, too. Visit our new Lancaster branch at 1103 West Avenue K at the Target Center or call 877-673-6868. First City, Antelope Valley's credit union. Call us at 877-673-68. Deposits federally insured.
California Dairy Distributors bring you Altadena Dairy Products, the best in the Valley, delivered fresh to your neighborhood stores. Look for the finest premium brand ice cream products, novelties, and milk, pure, wholesome, and good. Guaranteed by farmers to be RBST free. Check with your neighborhood store. If they're not carrying Altadena products, call the California Dairy Distributors at 1-800-600-3164 for the location nearest you. Doesn't a tall glass of ice-cold milk sound good? California Dairy Distributors, proud sponsor of the Lancaster JetHawks.
This is the Lancaster JetHawks postgame show. Stay tuned for a recap of the just concluded JetHawks game. A look at the scoreboard and the player of the game on the Lancaster JetHawks postgame show.
Welcome back to the Epicenter in Rancho Cucamonga. The JetHawks sweep the doubleheader from the Quakes today, winning the first game 3-2, taking the nightcap by a score of 6-2. And for the JetHawks here in the second game of the doubleheader, they got a run early, led 1-0. Made it 3-0 when the Jared Ball singled in 2 runs in the 4th inning. They got 2 more on a 2-run single by Dan Tasca in the 5th, and added a run in the 6th inning. And the Quakes again would try to make a late rally, but they were not able to, as the JetHawks able to turn them aside. Cliff McMachen pitched very well at the beginning of Game 2 of the doubleheader here this afternoon. He went 4 2/3, and even though this is a 7-inning game, starting pitcher still has to go 5 to qualify for a win. So only going 4 2/3. Unfortunately for Cliff, he's not around long enough to pick up his first win of the year and goes away with a no decision. but he allowed a run on 5 hits, struck out 5, walked 1, retired the first 10 men that he saw here this afternoon, but still has a no decision. As far as the first game of the doubleheader was concerned, Bass went to 5-4 as he picked up the win for the JetHawks. And Adam in the first game of the doubleheader today went 5, did not allow a run on 4 hits, struck out 6. They turned it over to Justin Wexler to get the last 6 outs, which he was able to, even though the Quakes did score 2 runs on a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 7th inning by Greg Porter. But still, Wexler was able to get out of the inning, and the JetHawks went away with a 3-2 win in the first game of the doubleheader. So what's that all mean? Well, the JetHawks sweep the 4-game series. They're 6-0 against the Quakes here in Rancho Cucamonga this year, and they are now 10-2 on the year against the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, having swept the series. So they makes the off day tomorrow all the sweeter, and the bus ride home from here in Rancho a little bit easier as well. So enjoy the off day, get back on the bus Tuesday morning, go up to San Jose, and open a 3-game series on Tuesday night against the San Jose Giants. We'll be on the air with the Burns Pharmacy pregame show on Tuesday starting at 6:50, 10 minutes in front of 7 o'clock, as the road trip will continue up north now for the last 9 games of the trip. But the JetHawks go 7-1 against the division foes to open up the trip down here in Southern California. So the JetHawks sweep the doubleheader, 3-2 in the first game, 6-2 in the nightcap, and now pick up a half game on Inland Empire, no matter what they do tonight at home against the Lake Elsinore Storm. So this is Dan Hubbard speaking to you from the Epicenter in Rancho Cucamonga, where the JetHawks sweep the doubleheader, and we'll talk to you on Tuesday. So from Rancho Cucamonga, we'll wish you a very pleasant good night.
Thanks for listening to the Lancaster JetHawks postgame show. And we invite you to join us again next on the Lancaster JetHawks Baseball Network.